So the only thing we've been doing is not watching football and sitting around feeling sorry for ourselves. Enough of that. The offseason officially begins here today. And technically, in 25 minutes from right now, welcome to Wake Up. Damon, Bruce, Larry Krueger. It is wonderful to have you here. We appreciate you starting your day with us. The show now coming to you 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting at 8:30 a.m. And we try to fit it all in nice and tight for you so it fits into your day. Well, Larry, good morning to you. You ready for a little off-season action? Things are going to get rolling here in about a half an hour.
Yeah, Wild Monday anticipated today across the NFL. We already kind of saw it over the weekend with a number of announcements. For those who didn't catch it, the latest and the greatest, the Broncos traded Jerry Jeudy to the Browns. The Chiefs did extend Chris Jones. Fletcher Cox has opted to retire from the Eagles. The Niners have released Eric Armstead, which was what we're going to get into next. And then Jaguars trade for Mac Jones. Looks like the Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield are getting ready to dance together, and Russell Wilson's going to sign with the Steelers. Landon Dickerson has just been extended by the Eagles. I think you're up to date. I think you're up to date right now. There's rumors flying on Rashawn Jenkins and Levante David to the Niners. But the big story is Eric Armstead, and we'll get to it right here, I'm sure.
Any and all negotiations can start in a matter of minutes from now, and then Wednesday would be the first day you can actually put pen to paper and consummate some of these deals. And then obviously the following weeks we'll get more news trickling in or out. But you're right, Larry, we already have our first. We knew something was going to happen. We knew that the 49ers were going to look to trim some budget by making a tough choice or two, and apparently that is what they have made with Eric Armstead after what has been reported is a very, honest to goodness, level-headed, tried to get it done, restructuring. Armstead basically said, not interested in doing that, which means his career with the 49ers will come to an end here after 9 seasons. Adam Schefter reported Sunday night that Armstead and the Niners attempted to work out a restructured contract, and that after coming close but failing to reach an agreement, Armstead is expected to be released and become a free agent. Nick Wagner says in 12 games, Eric Armstead made 27 tackles, had 5 sacks. We all know that he had a pretty good playoff run, too, especially when he was playing on a bum knee. He's got a meniscus problem. He was slated to count $28.53 million against the salary cap, which is why the Niners were looking to rework that deal. And Larry, what can we say about Eric Armstead? Let's start with the actual man himself before we even get to the football player. As a man,
well, I mean, he's the leader. He's the leader. I mean, they just got rid of their defensive leader. They've just released a guy who was the leader of the team. He was the longest tenured player on the roster. He was the team captain. He was the Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. He's a huge presence in that room.
Incredible respect, incredible charity work. It's not performative charity work. He's, he has his own guardsman operation, which I'm a proud part of since 2011, where he's raising money to help kids get better educations, and he's done an incredible job as a man goes, and like you said, as a leader goes. He's without reproach. He's one of the best in the NFL. And he will be missed in that locker room. His presence, his steady leadership are things that they're going to have to work on replacing, not just what he did on the football field.
No doubt. I mean, he's a calm guy. He's a leader. He's been a really good football player. He's been their best run defender. I mean, in a lot of ways, this is the one guy on the defensive line that you could guarantee would be in the right space at the right time, doing the right thing. So it's a huge loss. You say, well, what's coming next? I think they're going to go after DJ Jones to replace him. And then I think you're going to see them go after one of the premier edge rushers. My guess is Joey Bosa. So if you said, who's coming, who's going, I think, Armstead's going, and I think Bosa's brother and DJ Jones are probably coming, maybe a Danielle Hunter, maybe a trade for Brian.
In Danielle Hunter. You and I were talking about that before we went on the air here. But look, as much as you and I truly respect Eric Armstead, and we do, and This is an undisputed fact. No one in the NFL gets 9 years in any one situation unless they are good in that situation. Eric Armstead was always good. Larry, he was also never great. Eric Armstead did the job. He did the job better than rank and file NFL, but not much better than rank and file NFL. In his 9 years career, never an All-Pro, 0 Pro Bowls. So, as a man, he might be tough to replace. Statistically on the football field, it shouldn't be that much of a difficult thing to do because he never had blow your hair back incredible seasons. And when you and I someday sit down to talk about the single greatest 49ers we've seen and covered, he's not even going to come within a country mile of that conversation. Eric Armstead was good. He wasn't great. And at the cap number of $28.5 million, yeah, that's a restructure or a walk away at this point in time in this team's life cycle. I mean, they're not a better defense today without Eric Armstead, but he can be replaced in the aggregate. He can be, Larry. I mean, I know we both really like the guy. We're both impressed with the man. The football player was hardly perfect.
He's way better than what you're making him sound. He's a very underrated player. He was the key to all of their games up front. He was the guy that played. He played a sound football. You could see it on film. When they decided they were going to have to rush as one to beat Jalen Hurts in Philly, he was fantastic at making sure that they stayed balanced across the line. All the while being kind of the leader in the room and the rock against the run. But I mean, he wasn't, you make the Pro Bowl and you get all that stuff when you have back-to-back good years. He just never had the sack production. He only had 1 year of double-digit sacks. But I don't think that we should allow sacks to define the value of a defensive lineman. A lot of times it has a lot to do with who do you have around you and that kind of thing. The years that they had, really airtight lineups around him, he did have double-digit sacks in that year. But, he was a very good player who I think is more underrated than overrated. People can say, well, he's overrated. I don't think anybody's saying he's an all-world guy.
Larry, I would go as far as to just say he was
I
not
would say
rated.
He's more underrated.
He was not rated. You and I would talk about the 49ers, and Eric Armstead would hardly ever come up in conversations. His absence was used to excuse what was an aggressive run defense throughout the year. His presence didn't necessarily alter that dramatically statistically. Again, good player. I'm not trying to crap on Eric Armstead in any way, shape, or form here, but what he represented at this age with this production, with this track of injuries becoming ever present in his seasons, it was you got to give this hometown discount in this restructure or we're going to have to walk away. How about this? This should be what Gwyneth Paltrow and the dude from Coldplay, they tried to sell their divorce as a conscientious uncoupling. That's what this is. I don't think anyone walks away angry at the other party or mad about anything. It was 9 really good, well-productive years together, and it had probably run its course based on NFL math and reloading rosters. So I think it comes down to just things that have nothing to do with Armstead, which is he was solid this year. He was going to be solid next year, but he may only have 1 year left. His cap number was bigger than his contribution. That's always a bigger issue. And then also he was the only guy of significance on that D line that they can move off of to move into a new direction. You've got Bosa signed. You just signed him. He's going nowhere. You just got Hargrave signed. I'm sure it's incredibly punitive to walk away at this point. So he's not going anywhere. So really, Chase Young's a free agent, as is Randy Gregory. So the only guy on your front that you could do anything with and change it up is Eric. And so, he'll go play good football for somebody, but he had a huge cap number. I also think deep down,
I think the 49er defensive line needs a little bit more just nasty. You know, they missing that nasty. They're not quite nasty. Chris Jones is nasty. There's no nasty guy on the Niner D line. They got to find that. They got to find that whoever that player is on the outside in the draft and the free agency, but they could use a little bit more nasty. It kind of reminds me of when the D line had guys like Dennis Brown and Ted Washington, and then they brought in Bryant Young, and BY gave him that nasty. Now BY is a great guy. It's not like he's a rough guy, a rough character, but he was just a nasty player, and
right, football.
That's what they need. They need somebody who's gonna be really a tone setter, some nasty up front, and Jones would really help their run D in a lot of ways. If you're going to have Hargrave, you got to have somebody kind of like a DJ Jones. So I think he makes sense. He's going to be out there available. There's a lot of good D linemen in this draft. Excuse me. And then there's also a bunch of guys like in free agency. I mean, are they going to go after Christian Wilkins? I mean, he was non-tendered he was not given a franchise tag by the Dolphins. That's an interesting name.
There's some nastiness right there.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Brian Burns is pretty special. Daniil Hunter's pretty special. I mean, I saw a quote yesterday, or a tweet yesterday from Nick Bosa's mom saying something along the lines of, here it is. She's got Cheryl Bosa, and she's like, the league should be very scared if this happens, and it has both Joey and Nick in a Niner uniform. And then she's got two emojis. One of them is praying. So let's be honest here. The Bosa family carries probably a lot of weight with the 49ers. I would expect Joey Bosa to be here. If you're going to have a Joey Bosa, if you're going to have a return of DJ Jones, somebody major needed to move. That person is Eric Armstead. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And I think that's what we'll see later on today or tomorrow or whenever it shakes out.
At 9 a.m. West Coast time, we're going to start seeing some headlines fly, and we will try to keep it up with them as much as possible. The goal of Wake Up is to give you everything you need about the 49ers and the Bay Area sports scene and cover the national headlines within about 45, 50 minutes. I'm going to tell you right now, Larry, we're going to go longer because we're going to start seeing some headlines pop in at 9 a.m. this morning, and we will be all over it. It's great to have you here. Please click like and subscribe. This is simulcast on both of our channels. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to both of our channels, please. We would certainly appreciate that. Everything is going to get going in about 12 minutes from right here if you're watching in real time. One of the names that I have heard, that is definitely about to get asked to walk the plank from a cap standpoint is Kyle Juszczyk. And, he's an excellent fullback. He allows Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan should actually use him more than he actually even does. I really think, though, that there could be a way to get Juszczyk to restructure for pennies on the dollar, because Kyle Juszczyk is thrilled and enamored with the business that his wife is doing around the Niners, around the exposure that she has gotten from the playoff run. And I just think that there is maybe a there saying, like, look, you don't want to pick up and restart your business and her business somewhere else. She is brand identified to the Niners, as is he. And she's got an NFL apparel deal, which honestly can make the Juszczyks more money than Kyle could ever make if she really turns into an incredibly coveted, popular NFL outfitting brand, which she is very much on her way to being. I mean, Taylor Swift is rocking her gear. So I see a path to retaining Kyle Juszczyk through the brisk business his wife is doing. Am I on acid?
Well, I mean, she's going to make that money whether he plays for the Niners or anybody
Right. It
else.
could happen anywhere else. But
Um,
now she just launched her brand. She has just stepped into the limelight, and her identity is, attached to the Niners, which is, if Kyle Juszczyk were a Tennessee Titan by Wednesday afternoon, I wonder how hot the Christian Juszczyk line would be considered. You know what I mean? Like, there is something about Niner gravitas that I think benefits her as well as him.
I mean, what do you think it's worth?
Her business?
Yeah. What do you think it's worth?
Oh gosh, I don't know enough about apparel or anything like that to even make a solid guesstimate. But I
$1 million. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's made millions and millions
right.
and millions
I'm
of
saying
dollars.
that if her apparel line is to become like a designer starter jacket for Taylor Swift, that's worth tens, if not 20s of millions of dollars. I mean, that's big money. That's her shit flying off.
We'll find out.
Walmart.
According to what I'm reading, the Niners approached him about a salary reduction. They haven't gotten together on whether or not that's going to happen or not. But he's the guy that Armstead and this. If you've been watching the Krug show, we've been talking a lot about this in the last 10 days. These are the two guys: Armstead on the defense and Juszczyk on the offense. Guys who need to redo their deals if they're going to make sense. And for obviously, Armstead decided not to, and we'll see if Juszczyk decides to rework his deal or not. But
I just think
those are the guys. Those are the guys that need to take less.
There's a little bit of an element of how could this affect my wife that is present in a Juszczyk negotiation that would not be present in any other player's negotiation around every team in the NFL. And maybe the Niners can take advantage of that. I'm looking for a path back for Kyle Juszczyk because I like the player. We want him back, right? Every
solid.
Want him
solid.
back.
I mean, he's made a lot of money. He's a useful player. I don't know if he's essential, but he's useful. So I mean, I think you could replace him in the draft this year and move on, or but I'll say this: there's not lots of guys out there that can do all the things he can do.
Let's talk about
it's a challenge.
He's a fullback who blocks like a guard and has got hands like a tight end. I mean, he's pretty damn good. Do you think that we could reach a name that really hurts today? Do you think we might see something like Dre Greenlaw? Thanks for the memories.
I don't. I think Greenlaw is going to probably get some kind of injury designation, and they'll probably get him to agree to it. And so I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's kind of viewed as an essential guy in their room and who needs to get healthy and isn't going to be, so can they make it all work? I don't think so. I would say no. I mean, I think it would send a bad message if a guy that's sold out for you and played hurt all year, only to get, to tear his Achilles in the Super Bowl, got cut, weeks later. I think that's a bad message. So I think it's an injury designation, where he's going to make a little bit over $2 million and get healthy. That'll be my guess.
Lots of activity about Fred Warner restructuring here for the 49ers. No, I haven't seen that anywhere. I got Schefter's page open in front of me. Have not seen that there. Let me go to Cobra and see what he's got. No, he hasn't posted anything in the last 13 hours. So I haven't seen anything officially about Fred Warner restructuring, but that would be tremendous if he were able and willing to do that, because obviously that guy's on full scholarship. He's not going anywhere. Somebody said, check out Barrows. You got it. Thank you very much for the.
Also, there's a report out the 49ers are working on a contract extension with George Odom, who's their special teams ace, backup safety that might free up a few bucks.
49ers restructured Fred Warner's contract last week, converting a sizable portion of his base salary into bonuses. That ought to create some salary cap cushion as free agency begins in earnest in about 15 minutes from now. Matty Barrows on that. Thank you very much, Matt Barrows. Okay. Well, that's good. Again, when you got no specifics, don't know exactly the amount of money being saved there, but that's good. It's going to help business. It's not going to hurt business. Speaking of the business that has happened before we get to the 9 a.m. start time of all of this, have you seen that T. Higgins is not too happy with being franchised in Cincinnati, and he has formally requested a trade away from the Bengals because he doesn't want to come back for a one-year tag?
Yeah, no, I did see that, and there's going to be a number of interesting moves around the league today for sure, from guys who, hey, you know what? I don't want to be here at that number. I'm not going to rework my number. Oh, you're not going to rework your number. Oh, now you're cut. I think it's really interesting to see what the Chargers do today with Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. Bosa's got a $36.6 million cap hit. The Chargers have the second largest or second least cap space in the NFL. And if they somehow trade Joey Bosa, they clear over $4 million in cap. So you may see that done today. You know, there's a lot of talk that says that NFL teams are kind of playing chicken with the Chargers, waiting to see if they'll if they'll be forced to cut their guys instead of trade them. But both Mack and Bosa, I'm sure, are going to be coveted players. I mean, Bosa's coming off a couple injured years, but Khalil Mack had like 17 sacks this year. So there's that.
Here's what I really do want to see with a restructure for Fred Warner, with the hard cut of Eric Armstead, with the salary cap going up by $30 million year over year. I want a deal done with Brandon Aiyuk. Like, I know that your big talking point is you don't spend that kind of money on receivers when you throw the ball as infrequently as the 49ers do. I could almost make the counter argument that if you throw the ball that infrequently, you better not screw it up when you do it. Therefore, your wide receiver value might be more than a team that's just whipping it all around. This is a team that has a 2 to 3 wide receiver. They hardly ever go 4 on the floor with wide receivers. So your 1 and 2 need to be something special. And we all know that something special for Debo is not as frequently popping up as the something special from Brandon Aiyuk. I really hope that all the math that is being done around these restructures and hard choices means Brandon Aiyuk is back, Larry.
Well, I think a lot of Niner fans do, but here's the thing. I mean, the 49ers have said they've said all the right things. They want him back. They value him, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, they're meeting with, offensive linemen scheduled to go in the early teens, wide receivers scheduled to go in the late first. I think they have just judging them from what they've said, they want him back. If you judge them from what they say and what they do, I would say that they believe that there's a very good chance that the wide receiver market could get away from them. You've got Justin Jefferson, who's absolutely going to reset the market. You've got Aiyuk coming off an all-pro campaign. So, if the market gets to north of 30 million, are they going to give him north of 30 million? I think not. So I would guess that there's a very high likelihood if the market gets crazy, that he'll probably be wearing a different uniform.
But remember, the 30 million price on a wide receiver today that looks like an overspend is common 2-3 years down the road from now, right? I mean, I wouldn't.
It's just somebody's going to go. It's either you're not paying $60 million to Jennings, Debo, and Aiyuk. You're just not. So it's like,
I don't
somebody's going to
have Jennings back if Aiyuk is back.
And Jennings could have been the Super Bowl MVP. Jennings is one of their most important players. So that's going to be interesting. I mean, and then Debo, what's Debo's status? Mike Garafolo was reporting that the Jaguars safety Rayshon Jenkins will visit the 49ers today. He's a 30-year-old safety, durable player. He's only missed 6 games in 7 years. Rayshon Jenkins is a pretty good player. It's a big physical player, too. 6'1", about 215 pounds. Ran in the 4.5s coming out of Miami. This guy's one of 16 children. I mean, This guy had to fight to just get through life. Former high school quarterback. He was a state hurdles champion.
16 kids. Larry, how many boxes of cereal do they go through just in a morning?
That's a lot of Cheerios right there.
That's a lot.
But this guy is, he's a hitter. He's a hitter. I mean, he's long arms, aggressive on the field type hitter. Loves to punish people across the middle. So interesting because, there was Tayshaun Gibson's a free agent. I didn't think he was coming back. Maybe Jenkins is the replacement for Tayshaun. I did think they'd go for one veteran safety, but this is a good one. This guy's good. He's big. He's strong. He's fast. He hits hard. I like Rayshon Jenkins.
Schefter says that the Chicago Bears are expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift. He's expected to be a primary Chicago target with free agency now officially open. Obviously, we're going to see what happens with Saquon Barkley. I know that there's talk. I saw someone said if this offseason isn't the offseason that sort of resets and re-ups the running back value, it's not coming back. So we'll see what happens with all of that. But it is officially 9:01 a.m. on the West Coast, which means Ali Oxenfree, free agency and negotiations have officially we're underway. It's exciting, Larry. Glad to be here with you for this.
What's going to happen today? I mean, we really don't know. Will there be a bunch of trades? Will there be a bunch of signings? This is the non-tampering window. So teams can talk here. They can't actually formalize anything till Wednesday. Wednesday is the beginning of the new NFL calendar year. So we're at the end of the last year, the beginning of the next year. And by the end of today, we should have a number of, moves that are rumored to be on the verge of happening. They won't officially be happening until Wednesday.
By the way, the other news out of Chicago, which is the biggest news out of Chicago, is apparently the Bears are going to be staying in Chicago proper after all. They plan on building a new stadium just south of Soldier Field, which means I'm not going to have to completely abandon that team, which is, again, great teams do not leave their cities. 49ers. So I'm glad.
It's never a big deal. I mean, to me, these are we're talking about football stadiums. We're talking about 8 to 10 dates a year. It's not the same as like your baseball team leaving. If your baseball team leaves, you're talking about 81 home dates. That's a major economic impact. If your football team leaves, it's a bowl and people go there 10 times a year.
By the way,
it's not quite the same.
By the way, though, Larry, think of what is happening with the Bears, the number one pick, Caleb Williams, and Justin Fields. The Falcons were really interested in Justin Fields until Kirk Cousins became their top priority, at least by any and all rumors we've seen attached to that. Then it was maybe the Steelers. Well, the Steelers are doing a one-year deal with Russell Wilson. So what about the Buccaneers? Well, the Buccaneers are now bringing back Baker Mayfield. What about the Vikings if they lose Kirk Cousins? Well, you're not going to trade him in your own division. What about the Broncos? The Broncos say that they're not interested in Justin Fields and Sean Payton don't seem like bedfellows. The Raiders then would seem like maybe a landing spot for Justin Fields. However, they just hired offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, who was so bad at working with Justin Fields, he got fired. So the game of musical chairs and the Justin Fields trade market was greatly overestimated by the Bears, I think, when they started this.
Ryan Poles overplayed his hand. I mean, he thought he was going to get some ridiculous haul for a player that's been hugely inconsistent. And people pushed back and said, hey, why would I give you a haul when I can go sign Sam Darnold tomorrow? And Sam Darnold's been inconsistent and your guy has been inconsistent. So he just overplayed his hand.
Guy?
He should have taken the best he could have gotten. Well, you're a Bears guy, right? Yeah, I mean, he's your Bear. No? I think you're a Bears guy.
Larry, to do this job well, you got to stop putting the fan hat on. You got to, You got to go forward. You got to approach this like an adult.
I disagree. I think you got to put the fan hat on and say, hey, you know what? This is my team, and everybody does it differently. I personally believe that I'd rather listen to people who have stake in the game than people that don't. So I totally disagree. I think it's none of us are. We're not doctors. We're not lawyers. We didn't get some advanced degree. We're just football people, football fans for the most part, and football fans have a team. So I much prefer hey, my team is Team X than I don't have any team. I'm just out there. But you do whatever way you want to do it. I personally think though that Bowles overplayed his hand. You could have gotten probably a second round pick, and it just seemed like he just waited and waited and waited, overplayed his hand looking for some bonanza, and it's just not there. The player hasn't been consistent enough to get a bonanza trade.
And look, it's just, you try rooting for the Bears since 1985. Tell me how many years that worked out for you. It's been rough, Larry. The Matt Mayoko also has this, just talking about how the quarterback market and a particular draft class just isn't really working out. The Patriots reportedly got a 6th-round pick from the Jaguars for Mac Jones, who was a consensus NFL All-Rookie back in 2021. They got a 6th-round pick from him. Again, to go to a team that he's not expected to even play for if, Trevor Lawrence never gets hurt. The 49ers got a 4th-round pick from the Cowboys for Trey Lance, which is a freaking steal when you look at it now. I mean, considering what Mac Jones just got. The next first-round quarterbacks from the 2021 draft class to be dealt are going to be Zach Wilson and Justin Fields. So we'll see what they return. But what it was billed as a good year for quarterbacks, and it's been anything but from that draft class pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, who's been good? I mean, Trevor Lawrence, if he was so great, would they have even gone for Mac Jones? Mac Jones had one good year, then 2 bad years. Trey Lance has literally played 4 games and done nothing. Fields has had some great moments and some disastrous moments. Zach Wilson, did a lesson on how not to handle the media in New York, and now he's looking for a new home. Davis Mills, is probably going to be on a new team next year. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there looking for new deals, and it just kind of goes to show that it's really, really hard to handicap the quarterback market. And then it's really hard to handicap it even after they're in the league for a couple of years. It's like, can you say definitively who's going to have a career and who's not going to have a career out of that class? Probably not. I mean, some people think that Justin Fields is going to have a great career. Some people think that Mac Jones is going to bounce back. Personally, I would have loved to have seen the Niners have gone the Mac Jones route, because I think Mac Jones is probably better than what they can do as a backup to Brock Purdy anywhere else. Who knows? Maybe there was talk that they wanted Mac Jones. There was talk that maybe they wanted Zach Wilson. Maybe Zach Wilson will wind up here, or maybe it'll be Sam Darnold back for another year. We're going to find out what Sam's market is, because he didn't play very much this year. So we really don't know what kind of market there is out there for him right now.
Ian Rappaport just tweeted, it's noon on the East Coast. Teams can now start legally talking with agents and players who don't have agents, so buckle on up. He said that the Colts have locked in star wide receiver Michael Pittman on a 3-year deal. Also, I've got a couple different pages open here. Adam Schefter is saying that Saints linebacker Demario Davis has reworked the final year of his contract. So he's back on a 2-year, $17.25 million deal. He's 35 years old. He probably now ends his career in New Orleans. Good player there. So let's go.
Supposedly it's going to be a big day today for Calvin Ridley. The Patriots want him. The Jaguars want him. The Titans, the Panthers. Ridley's one of the best wide receivers, if not the best wide receiver out there in the free agent market. And there's a bunch of teams that need wide receivers. So that group of teams, Jags, Pats, Titans, Panthers, If they don't get Calvin Ridley, could they come calling for a Debo or an Aiyuk or a Juwan Jennings? I mean, that's something to watch for today.
Man, Calvin Ridley is interesting player. So I'm a wide receiver, right? And I got a couple options to choose from. Why are you going to New England? Bill Belichick's gone. Total reset of the franchise. Mac Jones is gone. Who's the quarterback? I mean, like, when a wide receiver, and I'm not saying that Ridley had this, but when a wide receiver is in a situation where they're producing with a quarterback who really likes them, man, I think it's just bad business to be walking away from that receiver. And this kind of brings me back to Brandon Aiyuk, because there hasn't been a single 49er quarterback who has had a single better relationship with any target and maybe the last 15, 20 years of this team than we've seen between Brock Purdy and Brandon Aiyuk. So I really hope that they can continue to grow together. I just think that not only would it be devastating to the 49ers passing game to let a guy like Brandon Aiyuk go, it would really be punitive to the running game, as much squabble as he's got in his blocks. Larry, I think there's got to be a path back for him. There just has to be. If you're going to go to and win the Super Bowl, how do you say goodbye to your most productive wide receiver?
Kansas City did it.
Okay, well, they happen to have the single greatest quarterback born in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, Patrick Mahomes is...
I'm just saying that if you look at the trend in football. The Packers had Devontae Adams. They got rid of him. The Titans had A.J. Brown. They got rid of him. The Dolphins had Tyreek Hill. They got rid of him.
None of those.
Why are these teams getting rid of these wide receivers? Partially because every year in the draft, it seems like there's a deeper and deeper group of wide receivers. So there's a lot of wide receivers out there. Wide receivers typically get that one big deal, and then that's it. And
Larry, I don't want to cut you off.
I agree with you.
We got news.
Go ahead.
The 49ers, according to Ian Rappaport, are signing quarterback Brandon Allen, an excellent presence in their quarterback room. So there's your backup quarterback. Behind Brock Purdy is Brandon Allen. He's not going anywhere. That is the first bit of Niners news to share with you here this morning. The terms
will tell that story. So if he's back at what he had, then he's the third string guy and they're looking for a 2. If he's back at, $5 million a year or more, then he's the number 2 and maybe they're going to draft number 3. So really, we're going to know a lot as soon as those terms become public about the Niners' thought process at quarterback. Either Allen's back. I did think Allen would be back. I did. He just seemed like a good fit. He's a smart guy. He can be the number 2. He was in Cincinnati to Joe Burrow 2 years ago, but I think he slots in perfectly as a number 3.
So Brandon Allen is back with the Niners. Ian Rappaport also saying the Bears are expecting to sign former Eagles starting running back DeAndre Swift, 3-year, $24 million deal. 3 years, $24 million for DeAndre Swift. What does that leave Saquon Barkley looking at when he signs someone?
Well, he's probably going to be going somewhere else. That's where he's going. I mean, he's
Saquon Barkley. They will not be adding Saquon Barkley in Chicago.
No, but I mean, Saquon Barkley is probably going to get moved here by the Giants. And there's a market for him. They're saying maybe the Eagles, so maybe the Eagles allowed the hometown kid to leave because they want Saquon Barkley. That would not surprise me at all.
It feels like a little bit of a lateral move. Right? Is Barkley that much better than DeAndre Swift?
Yeah, I'd say. I think he's better. It's, DeAndre Swift has had some highlight moments for sure. But if you said who's the better player, I'd take Saquon. I think most people would take Saquon. But Saquon's got to show that he's healthy, and when he's healthy, he's been a special player. So, but huge day today for the Niners. There's also Jeremy Fowler said over the weekend that the Niners very much could be in on Levante David. So you mentioned Greenlaw before. Maybe if Greenlaw is done for 1 year, they get into a 1-year arrangement with the veteran Levante David. over a longer term deal with Azeez Al-Shaair, which is there's been a lot of speculation about the Niners having interest in Al-Shaair. So that's interesting. Isaiah Oliver is signed with the Jets. That's happened already over the weekend. And then, of course, Brock Purdy got married over the weekend. Big news in Ninerland.
There we go. Nuptials for Brock Purdy. So he's finally lost his virginity. Congratulations to Brock.
Brock is officially married.
Off the market, ladies. Off the market. Good for him.
Off the market.
Good for him. That's great. You know, when I was a kid, getting married sounded like a pair of handcuffs to me. Now that I am married to the right lady, it's great. It's great when you got the right person. It really ups your life. So, no, how about this? And thank God we finally get Brock Purdy out of those nightclubs, off of TMZ. Just he can finally concentrate on being a quarterback. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, he's been a Boy Scout since he has been in the league, and he will continue to be a boy. Well, how about this, Larry? Now he's a man scout. He's no longer a Boy Scout. He's a man scout. The Eagles have made their guard, Landon Dickerson, the highest paid guard in NFL history. The deal is a maximum value of $87 million. It's a 4-year contract, $50 million guaranteed. So a little shakeup in the guard market, right? I mean, the 49ers are interested in maybe adding a guard. There's an awful lot of talk about them, you know, taking the kid from Duke who can play guard or tackle. So there you go. I mean, if you are interested in a guard with that resetting the market, you're looking to draft one this year.
There's some good guards in free agency for sure. And Landon Dickerson is the guy that when they do their tush push, it's, you know, they're running behind Kelsey now, who's retired, and Dickerson at left guard. So be interested to see if the Eagles, you know, if that now with Kelsey retiring, they want to make sure that they have Dickerson in tow. And he's a hell of a player, man. He was a great player at Bama. He's a great player in the NFL. Just a huge, strong guy who you can run behind.
Larry, a little follow-up on the news of Brandon Allen re-signing. We have some details from Matt Barrows, who says it's a 1-year deal for Brandon Allen. He and Brock Purdy are the only quarterbacks right now signed in 2024. The team might draft one next month.
So if that's the plan, that's ultimate cap savings, right? You take the $2 million backup, you give him a couple extra bucks to make him your number 2. You let Darnold walk away and you go replace him in the draft. That's putting a lot on Brandon Allen's plate. Can he step up if they need him to start a game or 5 games? Can he win games with the Niners? I don't know.
I mean, I don't even know if that answer were yes for Sam Darnold is back, to be totally honest with you. I mean, Darnold, when he did get in there, did not overly impress in his final game against the Rams in that throwaway game at the end of the year. You know, it was more of the Carson Wentz show in a battle of backup quarterbacks than it was the Sam Darnold show. So that is a quarterback that you can walk away from and not have much regret. And I don't know what Sam Darnold's landing spot is going to be in this league. It's not going to be as a starting quarterback anywhere.
I mean, there might be a job out there to compete, but yeah, he's not going to be given the starting quarterback anywhere. And I'm fine with Darnold moving on. I mean, to me, going the cheap route at quarterback is not a disaster. Brock's young, he's healthy. You like Brandon Allen as a number 2. You find somebody in the draft that you think can be a number 3, and you go forward that way. I think that's I mean, you're going to be challenged more and more by the cap. And it's going to be tough to squeeze everybody in. If you're really going to pay Joey Bosa or go after, a significant player like a Christian Wilkins on your D line, you're going to need to pull cap resources from other positions. And that sounds like quarterback's one of them.
I'm sorry, Larry. I'm refreshing 4 different Twitter pages over and over and over again here, just trying to look at the latest news as it comes up here.
Is this true?
What?
Clarsard says the Bills are cutting Deion Dawkins. Deion Dawkins is a tremendous offensive lineman. I mean,
why would they do that? Why?
I don't know. Makes no sense to me. We'll see. But, there's going to be some moves today that don't make a whole lot of sense. That's for sure.
Well, and when the move doesn't make an awful lot of sense, the answer is usually money, cap room, cap space. There it is. So maybe that's it. I don't know what money's committed around. I don't have nearly the working knowledge of the Bills roster that I do the Niners roster, but that would be, Deion Dawkins, people are going to jump all over him.
Yeah, he's going to get big money for sure. Yeah, he would be a fantastic tackle. That's the question too. It's like, how do the Niners, Kyle Shanahan hasn't invested in a lot of young rookie offensive linemen because he probably doesn't believe that young rookie offensive linemen, play at a high level and or they take time to get to play at a high level. So how do the Niners go about rebuilding the right side of their O-line? It sounds like Feliciano's going to be back. But who are they going to get at right guard? Who are they going to get at right tackle? Are they going to be veterans or are they going to wait for the draft? I get the sense that now with the way Armstead's moving, unless they add some significant D-line players in free agency, they're probably going to have to do the beginning of the draft on the defensive side of the ball on the line of scrimmage and not the O-line. So that's something to watch for as well, because whatever they do in free agency, they're probably going to, they got some primary needs. Their primary needs are offensive tackle, defensive line, corner, maybe linebacker. And we'll see. Do they do it in the draft or they do it in free agency? Because everybody's got a different, kind of philosophy of how to build and what's the best way to build and win. So Niners have never gone offensive line that much in free agency, but they just haven't invested a lot in their offensive line, period. And it's like, is this the year they draft somebody and sign somebody? Nick Allegretti, who we had on the show last week, said the Niners went after him hard last year. He said no, almost like he expected them to go hard after him again this year. If they do, I think he's willing to jump. That could be their guy at guard. Or maybe Feliciano and Burford coming back at guard is the plan. Who knows?
By the way, what do you think? It happened, I believe, Friday, right when the two of us got off the air for that wake up, which, by the way, is now 3 days a week. Hit like and subscribe, all those good things. We're going to go a little extra long today. We want the show to normally be about 45 minutes to an hour, but on a day where we got a lot of breaking news around free agency, we're going to stay on longer with you. Colton McKivitz now re-up through 2025 with a 1-year, $7 million extension. He was already under contract through 2024. Now he's here 2025. And look, Larry, I know that there's an
Dawkins, by the way, got an extension with the Bills. He did not get cut by the Bills. He just signed with the Bills. Yeah, there was no way. You're talking about one of the 3 or 4 best offensive tackles in the game. They're just going to cut him loose. So that never made any sense. Yeah, he's signing a 3-year deal worth $60 million.
So what's the lesson here, Larry? We're not going to use the chat for breaking news?
Well, the chat could help us out, but in this case,
the chat giveth and taketh away sometimes. So there you go. That didn't make an awful lot of sense, right? That did not make an awful lot of sense.
No.
Back to McKivitz. Even though there was an awful lot of complaining about Colton McKivitz, he was not to me, he's Mike McGlinchey, maybe even a little bit of an upgrade over Mike McGlinchey. Not much, but he's if you can get a starting tackle for $7 million, that's a bargain, man. That's a bargain. Now, is he overcast as your starting right tackle? Maybe, but to have him, a player like McKivitz, for the next 2 years, as you're going to be addressing your offensive line, He's incredibly versatile, man. He might be their best center if they asked him to play center. He might be one of their best guards if they asked him to play guard. He was good enough to be a starting tackle for a team that was in a Super Bowl. So as bad as you think he might be, he can't be that bad, right? And I don't mean you. I mean some fans out there. What do you think of the McKivitz deal?
Yeah. I mean, I like it. I mean, one, it takes away the pressure of having to either overpay for somebody in free agency or overdraft somebody in the draft. He can play right tackle, left tackle, center. I mean, the guy in reality, I think he's probably best on a championship team as the 6th offensive lineman that can play anywhere. But I like the idea of having him. So you have more flexibility going into the draft and free agency. You're not up against it.
Continuity.
There's not a lot. Yeah, he's a good player. He's also, there's not a lot of, he's smart. He's tough. He's not an elite right tackle, but he wasn't the reason that you lost the Super Bowl. And I know there's lots of people who are like, upgrade. Yeah, I hear that, and they do need to upgrade, but I think if you told me the Niners cut Jake Brendel and made McKivitz the center, I wouldn't. That would not shock me. I think he can slide into any number of different spots depending on who they can attract in free agency. So I like McKivitz. I think he's a solid offensive lineman. Would I like to upgrade? Yeah. I'd rather play him at center. I'd rather have him as the 6th lineman than have him as the everyday starting right tackle.
Yeah, resigning him, Larry.
He's a good placeholder until you get somebody.
That's the thing. He signed at a price to where it's not punitive. I don't think that McKivitz price prevents you from doing more business along that offensive line. $7 million is appropriate for an offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman. Again, for a tackle, that's the best deal in football. I mean, no matter even how he plays, $7 million for an offensive tackle in the NFL is a song. So let's see. Again, it's a deal that gets done to keep someone who gets the system in the system for at least 2 more years. And keeping offensive linemen in Kyle Shanahan's system with his, with everything it does in that running game, it's good for business. No one should have a problem with that.
This guy's a pro. He is he the best offensive tackle in the game? No. But he's a pro.
He wouldn't be making.
When I say that, what does that mean? That means he's going to be ready to play. He's going to know all 5 spots on the line. He's going to give you everything he's got. He's not going to be scared of the moment. But if they could upgrade with a blue chip right tackle, they probably could. They probably should. But it doesn't mean that you don't have use for this guy. I think this guy could be really useful as I said, your number 1 backup off the bench, or as a left guard or replacement 3rd tackle or some combination thereof. So I like the move to bring back McKivitz, and it makes me kind of wonder about the future of Brendel, because now you've got Nick Zakelj, you've got Feliciano, who they state they like. You've got McKivitz all coming back, and you probably could part ways with Brendel. I think they kind of overpaid Brendel as a street free agent. Giving him $5 million a year seemed a little pricey.
By the way, the
and Ben Barch is back too. They also re-signed Ben Barch.
Okay, the okey doke
backup, another guy they like at center.
The okey doke on Dion Dawkins was because Dawkins actually went on social media. Dawkins went on social media and joked that he was released right before his extension got announced, which is a dick move. There you go. Okay. So,
he's trying to throw people off the scent. That's what he's doing.
Absolutely. Boy, did he get us. He got the chat. He got us there. Look, the Niners burst right out of the gate last year with the Javon Hargrave $84 million deal. The announcement that Brandon Allen is re-signed is hardly the splash that anyone thought they would be like maybe first to the table with here. If you're if you're John Lynch, if you're Parag Marathe, what are your marching orders this afternoon? How are you setting this day up? What's your priority? What's your plan B if your priority does or doesn't work out? Like, what's the number one position that's keeping John Lynch and Parag Marathe as he's getting contracts done and counting all the beans? What's your priority?
It's the edge rusher. It's the edge rusher opposite Bosa, for sure. There's a ton of tackles in the draft. There's not nearly as many edge players. You just freed up Armstead's money. You know, I think it is true, the report that they'd like to bring back DJ Jones. So I think it's about signing DJ Jones to replace Armstead and then getting one of the elite edge pieces. You know, is it Burns? Is it Danielle Hunter? Is it Joey Bosa? I think it's going to be Joey Bosa. Why? I mean, there's several tweets now out by Bosa's mom, how she's rooting for it. Seems like they don't do anything without consulting Joey from defensive coordinator or consulting Nick. So I could see Joey Bosa, Nick Bosa together and DJ Jones or maybe even a bigger move for somebody like Brian Burns. You know, there's a lot of talk that the Rams and the Niners were both on the heels of trying to get Brian Burns. Obviously, you got two teams, you know, in the division. The talk is that, you know, he might be worth a tag and trade for like a 3rd round pick. Would you be willing to trade your 3rd round pick for Brian Burns? I think I would be.
Yeah, I would be too. An unnamed, unidentified, just because you're being drafted, you're a project for the guarantee that is Brian Burns. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say they're going to be aggressive on the defensive line. That's the Niners think defensive line, you know, 5 times as much as the average team. And now you've got no Eric Armstead, and you really don't. What do you have? You got 2 starters. You only really have 2 starters. Are you bringing back Chase Young? I don't think I would. Are you bringing back Randy Gregory? I don't think I would. I think I'd aim higher. I think I'd try to get one of the premier guys. If you can get Danielle Hunter opposite Nick Bosa and you have a DJ Jones plug in the middle against the run, I think that's a better situation than what they had last year with Armstead.
I mean, to me, Joey Bosa.
Khalil Mack.
Yeah, I mean,
Khalil Mack could be a great one. The Niners badly wanted him.
You're telling me I can have someone from the Chargers. I'd much rather have Khalil Mack than Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa has reached he's a rumor portion of his career. Like, that guy's never on the field. Never on the field. If you think playing with his brother is going to solve injury issues, I don't. So, I don't know. What do you think happens with Chase Young today? Will anything happen with Chase Young today?
I think Chase Young's going to get a 1-year prove-it deal either from the Niners or somebody else. Nobody's going to go long-term on Chase Young, but he may get a good $12 million deal for 1 year, but I don't see him, and as far as Bosa, I mean, Joey Bosa is a damn good player. I mean, he played 14 games over the last 2 years. He had 9 sacks. So he's had some injuries for sure that have kept him off the field, but I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't scoff at Joey Bosa. To me, Joey Bosa would be a dramatic upgrade from Gregory, Chase Young, Robert Beal, Drake Jackson, and the guys they have right now.
I mean, if he's playing, he is. That's a big if. To me,
yeah, but I'm just saying he did more to me than those guys have done the last couple of years. I mean, I'd rather have him. I mean, I don't know what the dollar figure is going to be, and we have to see exactly what they're going to pay him. But if the dollar figure makes sense, I'd rather have Joey than Chase Young or Gregory.
If the dollars make sense, I think I'd rather have Danielle Hunter over all of them.
Yeah, I mean, Brian Burns and Danielle Hunter are pretty premier guys. The only thing is that Joey Bosa is more along the lines of what they typically are looking for in a defensive end. The Niners don't want to go with guys who are 240, 250. It seems like in this wide 9, they're all about getting somebody more in the 270, 265, 270 range. And that's kind of where Joey is. He's even a little bigger than that. So, I mean, if he badly wants to be here and is willing to take less, that would be pretty special. I mean, heck, I'd be interested in making a deal with the Chargers if I could get both guys. I'd love to have both Bosa and Khalil Mack. Why not? I mean, if you're looking for pass rush, I mean, get them both. You got to move us. If you got to move a high pick to get one of these guys, I'd almost rather have both.
Again, now we're back to cap issues, and I don't know how that fits. And it's a nice pipe dream, but
Yeah.
How? That's just
maybe how is that you're saving quite a bit on your quarterback. I mean, if Brandon Allen is back and he's back at $4 million or something like that, maybe you're saving a little bit.
If all of that's happening, you're trading Brandon Aiyuk for sure.
Well, we got to see. I mean, the talk from Ian Rappaport was that the Niners were going to sit down with Aiyuk after the wide receiver market sets itself in March. So that's going to be a very, the market today and the market when they sit down are going to be dramatically different. And I think that's why they're covering themselves, looking at options with offensive linemen and receivers, because I think they know there's a very good chance the wide receiver market could get away from them, and they probably have a walk away price. They're already paying Debo. They love JJ. They say they love Aiyuk, but they also have looked at an awful lot of guys in the middle of the first round that aren't wide receivers. So it makes you wonder if they got a pivot point trade with the Raiders or Giants or some team for Aiyuk if the money gets out of hand. It sounds like to me they want Aiyuk at their price, and if it gets crazy away from their price, they'll make a trade.
The biggest news about the 49ers so far is that Brandon Allen's back on a 1-year deal to back up Brock Purdy. Nothing else has really happened today other than the knowledge that Eric Armstead is indeed going to be released by the 49ers. The question is when. Larry, I saw this in the Nick Wagoner piece, basically saying that releasing Armstead would save the 49ers around $18.2 million in cash for next year. Then they would incur a dead money charge of $25.86 million and only save a little around $2.5 million against the cap with an immediate release. The Niners could, however, save more than $18 million against the cap if they add the post June 1st designation. So he's on the team till June, right?
Well, it's all about just how you're going to balance your cap. I mean, I there's a lot. If you cut them right away, I think you save $2 million. If you can give them the June 1st, I think that's a little bit more attractive. But I'm not sure how that works as far as the rules and can he move on to another team?
Right? Can someone negotiate with him? Can he negotiate his next deal while he's under the June 1st restriction? I don't know.
Right.
Do you know? I don't know that. I don't know that either.
I don't know exactly what the situation's going to be. And as far as the Rayshon Jenkins,
we've just reached a moment that has never happened in this show's history. The both of us admitting to something we don't know. that just never happened before.
There's also, talk that the Niners are going after Rayshon Jenkins, and I know. You got Hufanga coming off the torn ACL that was suffered kind of towards the later in the year. So is he going to be ready for training camp? It sounds like they wanted a veteran safety, to be in there with Jair Brown, with Gibson being a free agent and Hufanga coming off the torn ACL. It sounds like Rayshon Jenkins is going to be a Niner, but we'll see. That would be a good pickup. That'd be a solid veteran pickup there.
The Vikings are signing Texans star edge Jonathan Greenard, per me and Tom Pelissero. That is from Ian Rappaport. I'll say this, Larry, for the rumor that
that's a great name. I was hoping the Niners would go for him.
For the avalanche of news that is going to come right at 9 a.m. I'm not really seeing an avalanche of news coming at 9 a.m. I'm surprised these deals are trickling out a little bit later than I expected them to. I expected some big names to really be up here, and we haven't had that much activity. We're now 39 minutes into free agency. So I guess don't believe all the rumors.
Well, no, this is the non-tampering period. So, supposedly you're not supposed to be able to talk to anybody until the non-tampering 2-day period. So we'll see. I would say stuff is going to happen throughout the day, and tomorrow, and obviously Wednesday will be the day where it becomes more official. But I think you are going to get, it's 9:39. I think you're going to hear announcements in the next hour or two.
Right.
That kind of indicate, a lot of, it's a different deal though. Nothing can become official. So now this is a lot of like, hey, this is what we want, or we're going here. So, there's maybe a little bit of chicken being played by agents and teams right now.
And maybe there's like an actual desire to create the illusion of these negotiations begin today when we all really know that they've been happening under the table for weeks now, right? The NFL.
Yeah, I mean, all these things have been talked about for a while. And now it's just a matter of, does it get done right away? Does it get done, how does this happen? How does this all come together? To me, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how the Niners rebuild this defensive line. Because bottom line on it is that you had 6 free agents, and then you got rid of Eric Armstead. So now you have 7 new faces probably on a line that's going to have 10 to 12 total guys on it. You're going to have 7 new faces. So, I mean, they really, it's funny. They have a need. I kind of wonder if the Colton McKivitz signing is just them looking at their D-line going, look, we have to prioritize our D-line. We have to, we have to get answers on our D-line, and we can't get left naked on the offensive line. So let's get McKivitz done here, and we'll go build our D-line, and with whatever else we have, we'll go with a young tackle in the draft, or, because there weren't a lot of options tackle-wise in free agency. That's for sure.
With Rappaport saying that the Texans, or excuse me, the Vikings are signing Texans Jonathan Greener, that means Danielle Hunter's on the market officially here, right? I mean, like, you're probably the 49ers should go out and get Danielle Hunter. I mean, you want to improve your defensive line. I don't know if there's a player out there in terms of age and just who he's been and what he does who could fit better than he.
Than Danielle Hunter?
Yeah.
I mean, Hunter's a tremendous player. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know there. It's funny. Yeah. By the way, Sterling Bennett, who you're familiar with, Sterling Bennett.
I know Sterling.
Right? Sterling Bennett has tweeted out the 49ers were named as a potential suitor for Christian Wilkins against Tom, according to Tom Pelissero. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, think about it this way. The 49ers, the last couple of years, have gone into free agency, and they've gone for a premier guy. They're trying to shop at the very top of the free agent market, and they're doing it for a reason. They're doing it because they know that if you go sign a pretty good player and he walks into your locker room, there's some arguments over the money maybe. If you go sign a great player, there's no argument. Nobody's going up to Mooney, Ward, or Hargrave and begrudging them the money they're making because they're the best player at their position on the team. I think that the Niners, moving off of Eric Armstead, when I first heard that, I thought maybe they'll make a big play for a top-tier guy. Well, Chris Jones is already signed. Who's next? Christian Wilkins. And Wilkins is very scheme versatile. He can play 5 technique in a 34 front. He can play the 3 technique in a 43 front. He can play the 1 technique in a 43 front. I mean, he can play defensive end in a 4-3. He can play defensive end in a 3-4. As I said, the 5 technique. I mean, there's a lot of things he can do. He's very scheme versatile, and he's got a great motor. They say a great personality. Could they go? What would you think if they went from Armstead to Christian Wilkins?
I think upgrade.
Yeah, you're getting younger and healthier. Definitely healthier. Isn't it? Maybe they're similar in year. And how old's Eric? Eric's 31, right? Isn't he? Something like
Christian Wilkins is 28 years old.
Yeah, let's see how old Armstead is. Armstead might be similar.
Well, I mean, he's got a 9 years already in the league. So what is Armstead?
Let's see. I'll look that up right now. But yeah, I mean, Armstead, if you could go from Armstead to Christian
30.
Wilkins,
Armstead's 30.
Or if you could find a way to get Christian Wilkins and DJ Jones. Yeah. So he's 2 years older. That's a big 2 years too.
That is. It's an awful lot of tread off tires in 2 years. And again, we've got another knee.
But that would be interesting. Christian Wilkins would be a great get for the Niners. Let's be honest. If you put Christian Wilkins on that D line, I'd love to see them go get DJ Jones. Man, if you could get into the draft and have those 2 guys, it's a great place to start. Somebody says Bryce Huff of the Jets would be a worthy ad. Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you can get Bryce Huff of the Jets, that's an awesome edge piece. But I mean, like, I think the big time edge piece guys, whether it be Brian Burns, Daniil Hunter, Joey Bosa to a lesser extent, they cost a lot. Someone's like, how big is Wilkins? Wilkins is about 6'3", 310 pounds, something like that. He's a big boy. I mean, he doesn't have the height of Armstead, but he's probably heavier.
The height of
and
Armstead,
he's younger. He's healthier.
It didn't lead to a lot of batted down passes with Eric Armstead. I mean, Eric Armstead's the size of a mountain, but I don't know if it really made him a great player. Javon Kinlaw is the size of a mountain. Where's Javon Kinlaw factor into all of this?
I think he's gone. I think, he looks at Eric Armstead as a big brother. I think there's a very good chance that Kinlaw follows Armstead to whatever team he goes to. That would be my guess.
But package deal?
I'll say this. I mean, when you go interview Kinlaw, you realize that, it's not about football. It's about they have a relationship that, that's significant, that goes beyond football. I mean, it's like father-son type relationship. He's absolutely Javon's mentor.
I don't know if
by the way,
the next team will care about that at all, but okay.
No, but I mean, Kinlaw. Yeah, I mean, exactly. But Kinlaw was not horrible this year. There'll be a market for him.
No, he resurrected his NFL career this year.
Yeah, but if you talk to him for 5 minutes, it's like, that it's like with Armstead not coming back, the chances of Kinlaw coming back dropped dramatically this morning. According to the 49ers and NFL rumors, the Niners have reached out to several linebackers: Levante David, Eric Wilson, Oren Burks, and Azeez Al-Shaair. Man, I would love to see Al-Shaair come back.
I don't even think that
amazing.
Do they have to do anything than put an unoffensive contract in front of Azeez Al-Shaair? Because I think Al-Shaair would rather be back here than anywhere else in the NFL. I mean, you're signing up with a contender, and he loved it here, and he was here for playoff games as a spectator. Like, that guy's dying to be a Niner again. So I think that would be an easy to get done deal.
Well, my take on that is the same, which is I think the just the other names are just to make sure that you get a decent price. But Levante David, Eric Wilson, Oren Burks, I mean, those guys are several steps. I mean, Levante used to be awesome, but is old.
Yep.
Eric Wilson, Oren Burks, no, he's not good. And to me, Aziz is the guy for sure. And those other names. By the way, the Titans have signed Tony Pollard away from the Cowboys. Cowboys were a one running back team last year, and now their one running back plays for the Tennessee Titans. He's going to pair up with Tyjae Spears as the Titans are going to move on from Derrick Henry. That's interesting.
So now what's going to happen? Derrick Henry, like, let's play the game of musical chairs. Philadelphia is now open for business, maybe. Should the New York Giants move on from Saquon Barkley? That could be an option. Who ends up with Derrick Henry? That's a hell of a running back, man. That's a load.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying the Ravens may go after Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Baltimore. Why don't you get to a couple starred tweets here or starred chats? What do you got, Larry?
David E says, is it possible to restructure Shanahan's contract? I'd argue these players perform better than Kyle in the playoffs. So there you go.
All right, that's some bitterness coming through.
Yeah, bitterness rolling through. James Foster, when is the deadline to tender Jennings? I believe the restricted tender deadline's coming up, but I don't have it in front of me. As far as I think it's soon. James Foster says McKivitz only had 2 penalties. For reference, Taylor from Kansas City had 23. Trent had 9, I think. Yeah, McKivitz did not, there was a lot of hand-wringing over McKivitz, and there was a lot of concern. And McKivitz is not an elite tackle, but, he played kind of big at big moments for the Niners. It wasn't like they lost because, McKivitz, he had a rough day week 1 against TJ Watt, and then got it going after that. Beats and Meats. You can sell 1 million shirts with the tagline "Bookend Bosas." NFL loves good merch line. Yeah, I mean, no doubt. So
the brothers Bosa.
Brothers Bosa. I mean, when you see Mama Bosa tweeting multiple times that this is what they want, this is the direction they're going, right? She's savvy. She's not doing that unless she knows the Niners are absolutely thinking about it.
Right. How about this? The Bosas as a family understand NFL business intrinsically, right? Like the dad knows, the mom knows, the brothers are tough negotiators. So maybe there is something to it. Maybe there really is.
I mean, it's all about his health. How healthy can he be? He's had an assortment of injuries. It's not like the guy's got a chronic knee and it just keeps popping up, or a bad shoulder and it's a recurring deal. He's had thumb, he's had this, he's had that. It's not like it's one thing. So I don't know. Maybe does that make you feel better? Does that make you feel worse? Is his body breaking down? Is it just that, he's had freak injuries? But I'll say this, after watching Randy Gregory just get overwhelmed because he's 240 pounds and watching Cleve Farrell, just not look very explosive. And then watching, Chase Young Cadillacing it in the NFC Championship game. Joey Bosa, to me, looks really attractive compared to those guys.
By the way, another move many might not have been expecting. David Bakhtiari has been cut by the Green Bay Packers. He's a Pro Bowl left tackle. A guy he's been his entire career in Green Bay. So there's a tough choice by the Packers, no?
No doubt. There was a list of players that they were saying potentially could be traded this weekend. I'm going to give you that list. Bakhtiari was on that list. The list includes some really good players here. These are players that, according to Bleacher Report, they believe could be on the move in the next week, trade-wise. or also cut-wise. And by the way, Jonathan Greenard got a 4-year deal with 40+ million guaranteed. So I think Danielle Hunter is done in Minnesota. Buda Baker from Arizona, Richie Grant, the safety from the Falcons, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack from the Chargers, Brian Burns, they're saying could get traded from Carolina, DJ Jones, if he could get cut or traded by Denver, DeForest Buckner, cut or traded by the Colts, Von Miller, they saying could be out there, Stephon Diggs, Mike Hilton, the slot corner from Cincinnati, J.C. Horn, the corner from Carolina, Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher from the Giants, Christian Watson, the wide receiver from Green Bay, Luke Schoonmaker, the second-year tight end from Dallas, Kenny Clark, Davis Mills, Paulson Adebo, a corner from the Saints, a former Stanford Cardinal, Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle for Washington, L'Jarius Sneed, Walker Little, the former Stanford offensive tackle who's playing for Jacksonville. I could definitely see the Niners going after Walker Little. Rondale Moore, the little speedster slot man from Arizona. Tutu Atwell, Justin Jefferson, Mac Jones, who has been traded. Patrick Surtain.
Tutu Atwell? Why would the Rams trade Tutu Atwell?
That's a good question. Maybe obviously everybody, he's a young player. Maybe his contract's coming up. Maybe they feel like they he wasn't healthy enough. Maybe they're trying to go for a bigger name. But yeah, I mean, they've got Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Maybe they feel like Tutu, doesn't compliment them. I mean, I think he'd be a nice Niner too, because he's just so incredibly fast.
So if you were to
create space, I think the speed weapon is the weapon the Niners need.
If you were to lose a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, Tutu Atwell would be on my radar.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good receivers in this draft too. I mean, Xavier Legette is amazing from South Carolina. There's a lot of good receivers out there. I mean, I don't think the Niners are in a rush to move Brandon Aiyuk, but if the market resets and he becomes a $30 million a year wide receiver, I think, and somebody's willing to offer them a mid-first round pick and another pick and maybe another pick, I think they're going to pull the trigger and make the trade.
But aren't we? With a growing cap of $30 million, though, Larry. Like, I remember how foolish John Gruden sounded when he said, I got to get Khalil Mack go because we can't have a player making $20 million a year on both sides of the ball. Now, basically, $20 million a year is the starting price for any starter in the NFL across the board. Like, so the number that seems like is a bridge too far today, 2 years down the road from now, is a normal number. Like, I wouldn't let $30 million a year for Brandon Aiyuk scare me off. I really wouldn't.
Well, it really depends. I mean, it's also about your other spots on your football team. Like the Kansas City, Eric says, go get Sneed, please. There's a lot of talk that the Chiefs are going to trade L'Jarius Sneed and would want a wide receiver. Would you be willing to move Aiyuk or Debo in a trade for L'Jarius Sneed?
And then watch one of those guys drop like 2 touchdowns on you in the next Super Bowl that you lose to the Chiefs. That'd be tough. That'd be tough.
So it's
a guy named Tribe.
And there's also, go ahead.
No, a guy named Tribe says Damon had a better chance of making the cover of Men's Health than Belichick had coming here as defensive coordinator. Look at it this way. Men's Health won't even bother calling me. They did get in touch with Bill Belichick, according to all the rumors, that are out there, that they did reach out to Bill Belichick to gauge interest. And, obviously it didn't get much further than that. But at least a phone call was made. Men's Health is not calling my phone.
Well, I mean, and I said at the time, people were like, oh, it's crazy talk. Well, Shanahan reached out to Bill Belichick and offered him the job. We know that. So I don't know if it was crazy talk.
Right.
Bill Belichick is not going to do a job that pays as much, probably, or that gives him as much, there's not a football job. He's a football coach. I don't really think of him as a media talking head. Now, maybe he'll take a bunch of money and do that for 1 year and then try to be a football coach next year. I mean, many have done that. But I thought he wanted to coach football, and here he could have coached football, and he could have gotten probably a pretty good penny to do it.
I think it would have been a great spite move for a guy who feels like, hey, I'm on the verge of becoming the NFL's all-time head coach wins leader, and the league's moving on from me. It would have been one of the all-time overqualified hirings in sports history. Bill Belichick, a defensive coordinator. There was a lot about it that felt fantasical. Is that even a word? There's a lot about it that you had to stretch your imagination, but the phone call was made. So, I mean, were we really that far off the mark? I don't think we were. And I'll be totally honest with you. Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley both needed to come into the room because you didn't get Bill Belichick. You need two guys to do the work of that one guy. So
you're kind of lagging.
Me?
Are you dongled? Are you properly dongled this morning?
Have I been dongled?
You did the lag. I don't know. You're kind of lagging.
Am I okay now?
Maybe it's just on my end. We do have two more.
No, I can't hear Larry.
Of a dongle. I got a pause there. I got a pause. You put your hands in the air and they just kind of stuck there. Maybe reboot. I can go through a couple of these supers. We have this one from Jeff Caravella. He says, I feel like we could get more from Debo this year than Aiyuk. Also, is Debo redundant with CMC in the mix? Do we think Aiyuk is better to hold on to? Debo could lose value next year. I think everybody across the board, fans, other teams, media, I think everybody kind of sees that Aiyuk is better than Debo at this point. I think that's kind of established that Debo is better than Aiyuk, or that Ayuk's better than Debo.
Am I still frozen in time?
No, you're back. You're
nice.
looking refreshed.
I feel back, Larry.
You were kind of freezing there every couple seconds for a minute or so. But you're back. You're back. What do you think of this one from Jeff? Is Debo becoming a redundant part with CMC? Could they move off of Debo and re-sign Aiyuk and get some value coming back from Debo? I don't know how Debo is thought of at this point.
Larry, I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing me? Let me double check my settings here. All right, you should be hearing me. You're not hearing me? Do you hear me in the chat? Do you hear me in the chat? Mike Baker says, good morning, boys. Thanks for all the updates. So we appreciate you, Mike, for jumping in on the Wake Up Wednesday. Jeff Caravella says, I can see no Damon. Yes, Larry. I hear Larry. We can hear Larry. So maybe, oh, wait, here we go. I see an unmuted. I see your mic.
Am I back?
I think now you're back.
I'm back, baby.
Now you're back. Because you did
back.
have you had a muted thing. No, it says no sound, Damon, now.
Wait a minute. You don't hear me?
No, 49er Stonehouse says you're both coming in loud and clear.
Okay. I think we're good. I hope we're good.
We're back. We're back.
Again, I've officially been on YouTube for a year now, Larry. You'd think I'd be able to figure it out, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
Well, we have close to 3,000 people hanging in the room this morning, so it's a definitely don't leave now. This wouldn't be the good time to leave. Well, Chef A says, Damon, Larry, what do you guys think of Jerry Rice's son, Brandon Rice? I watched him a little bit in college. I thought he was good. Your thoughts? I like him. I think he's solid. I
Not
don't think
much
he's
of a
great,
burner.
but I think he's solid.
I don't think you'd be nearly as interested if his last name were Smith.
Well, what interests me when I watch him is just the way he plays. He's very dialed in on his routes. He's very refined. You can kind of tell by watching him that playing wide receiver is enormously important to him, which is really good.
Well,
And
it's the family business.
yeah. And that really stands out. Like I think he's going to be ready to contribute way earlier. Now, like his dad, he's not a burner. His dad, though, didn't run for the stopwatch, but ran away from everybody on the field. This kid is more of, the hands, the route running, the footwork into and out of breaks. He's really veteran in a lot of ways. But if you said to me, I think the Niners are either going to wind up with Rice's kid or McCaffrey's brother. And that's another reason why I think one of these receivers won't be here. My guess is it's going to be JJ. I think somebody's going to offer Jennings some really good money, and the Niners are going to say, well, we designated him with a second-round pick. How about you give us a third? And someone will say, okay. My guess is they will trade JJ for a third. We'll see where it goes. I hope not, because I love JJ, but I don't see the Niners spending north of $60 million on 3 wide receivers. I don't see that.
It's a lot. But again, didn't you finally stumble upon the quarterback that you agree on? And you're going to throw the ball more, right? Like 2024, Brock Purdy should have more pass attempts than in any season we've seen from Kyle Shanahan with any quarterback, right? Aren't you, by definition, walking into this year throwing the ball a little bit more just to take the heat off Christian McCaffrey a little bit too, who I think was kind of gassed at the end of the year? I mean, God, I was thinking about this last night. I don't want to go over this again, but if you really want to know, like, when was an early indicator the Niners are going to lose that Super Bowl, Christian McCaffrey's fumble on that opening drive was just a fucking killer, Larry. Oh, God. Like, your best player, the one guy that you count on to get it right every snap, every game, makes a mistake like that on the opening drive. It was a bad omen.
Especially since you were just dominating Kansas City's defense at that point. I mean, they were just ripping off big chunks against Kansas City's defense. That was painful for sure. And then also you got Kittle talking to the guy who actually recovers the fumble before the fumble. I mean, that was also kind of like, Kittle, really? You got to talk to George Karlaftis, and then he somehow Karlaftis falls in the fumble and you don't. I mean, that right there was just.
Is there a player in football who likes being mic'd up more than George Kittle?
No,
I don't think so. I'm not holding that against him either. I mean, George Kittle's a fabulous player. He didn't jump on a fumble that was 5 yards behind him, but unfortunately the guy who he was talking to did. Speaking of tight ends, Larry, Adam Schefter reporting that the Bengals have re-signed tight end Drew Sample to a 3-year contract extension through 2026. And again, the other significant news out of Cincinnati is that T. Higgins, who got franchise tagged, has also requested a trade. T. Higgins, by the way, if you're on team, let's get Brandon Aiyuk back. The team that might have been interested in Brandon Aiyuk could be interested in T. Higgins if that is, officially a trade that's going to happen. Because
he's terrific. He's terrific.
He's
6'4". He's got great ball skills. He can make play after play after play. Yeah, T. Higgins is a good player for sure. I don't know if he's a better player than Aiyuk. I think I'd rather have Aiyuk than T. Higgins. But T. Higgins is a big receiver, and he's in his prime. Eric L. says Lions are re-signing Graham Glasgow, 3 years, $20 million deal that includes $9.5 million guaranteed. So a lot of people speculated that he were coming. That Glasgow could be a Niner. Also, Jonah Jackson is another Detroit Lion guard that's been heavily rumored to be headed to San Francisco. So, number of interesting things kind of floating around out there this morning. Nothing that is earth-shattering yet, but you get the feeling that we could be getting some big news relatively soon. I mean, for the Cowboys to lose Tony Pollard to the Titans was absolutely huge. And then now the Vikings, who a lot of people don't know what's going to happen with Danielle Hunter, they had attempted to re-sign Danielle Hunter. But it sounds like Hunter's intent on testing the market and leaving. And so the Vikings quickly pivot. They signed Jonathan Greenard to a nice little contract with $42 million guaranteed. 4 years, $76 million for Greenard, $42 million guaranteed. So, that's interesting. I mean, the Texans wanted to keep Greenard. They knew his market was going to get crazy, but Greenard gets, $42 million guaranteed. That's kind of in the neighborhood of what Hargrave got guaranteed last year. So I do think the Armstead thing is about trying to upgrade the defensive line. And so whether it's Hunter or Bosa, DJ Jones and Bosa, something like that, I do think the Niners are going to try to turn Armstead into a 2-for-1 and get younger and better on the defensive line.
Well, again, as tenured as he was, as respected as he was, Eric Armstead, but for 1 year where he had a double-digit sack year, he was not overwhelming statistically. Now, there's an awful lot that a defensive tackle does that is not measured in the box score, and you can say that Eric Armstead did that to great effect, or you can debate that till you're blue in the face. But I just think that he is, as a leader, well, all leaders, get replaced. That's the way that goes. It's not like the team will be misled now that he's not in the locker room, but a lot of guys will be sore that a player that they deeply respect, the article about him began with, there's a plaque outside the 49ers locker room that honors every player that's been with the team for 10 years. And Eric Armstead might have thought he was getting there, right? He was on his way. He'd been with the team for the first 9 years of his career. They went back to him and offered him a restructured contract, and he said no. I mean, that's the thing. Eric Armstead feels like is the one who pulled the fire alarm that got him to exit the locker room more than it was the Niners' desire to just say, look, man, cap casualty. Sorry, buddy. But I do think he is replaceable. I mean, again, 0 Pro Bowls. 0. 9 years. 0 Pro Bowls. So, are Pro Bowls the any and all standard of were you good at this? Of course not. But I think he's eminently more replaceable than maybe you do.
Well, I mean, I just see his impact on the guys in the room. He is really highly thought of. He is easily their best run defender, and but the reality also is that he's missed time. So I mean, he's missed. You can't. He's missed time due to injuries. He missed 8 games in 2022. He missed 5 late season games due to foot and knee injuries. The foot injury seems to be a chronic thing.
Yeah.
And like something that he'll have to battle probably for the rest of his career. He recently had off-season knee surgery. So, I mean, it's like, we'll see what his market is going forward.
When knees and feet start going on incredibly large men, it's a warning flag. I mean, it's a red flag. It really is. It's like that in the NBA. Once knees and feet start betraying you, you're in trouble. When you're carrying a 6'9" frame with 300 pounds on it, like Armstead does, that's tough. That's tough.
No
Great
doubt.
guy, great human being, better human being than he was maybe a D tackle, to be totally honest with you. But
I mean, the guy's done so many charitable things. I mean,
yeah.
Up in Sacramento, reading to children and just all the different things that have gone into, literacy and all the things that he cares so much about. He's been a pillar of the community. But nothing lasts forever in the NFL. And it's a hard cap sport. He's been with the Niners since they chose him in the first round in 2015. he's a far better player than he was coming out of Oregon. Coming out of Oregon, he was a tall, long player who didn't have hardly any functional strength. You could move him in the run game. The last few years, he's been really, really good against the run. He was due $17.4 million in base this year. So we'll see exactly the details of, is it going to be viewed as a post-June cut due to the void years attached in the deal? The Niners would save more than $18 million if it were revealed that it was it was announced now, but it'll be a post-June 1st release. But I don't know how that's shaken down. And now it's like the question is, well, are they going to turn around and give even more money to Christian Wilkins? I mean, you would think that whatever they were going to pay Eric was going to be cheaper than whatever Christian Wilkins may command in a free market situation. But they may have felt that, they wanted to go into this situation because they want a healthier player. I mean, that's the thing.
What about DJ Jones?
Well, I mean, DJ Jones, a lot of people feel like DJ's not the player that he was, but DJ's averaged 16 starts per year for the last 3 years. He had 17 one year, he had 16 one year, I think he had 15 another year. He's enormously strong.
Knows the system.
He knows this. He knows the wide nine. He's got quickness. He can really control the A gaps against the run. I think DJ Jones makes perfect sense. I mean, I think they understand that, absence makes the heart grow fonder. I think that, not having DJ and what he is against the run, I think has they felt his absence. So the Niners should appreciate him. And, I don't know that the report that I saw the other day was verified or, corroborated by anybody actually. But I mean, I'm just wishing for it to happen because I think DJ's that good. He was their strongest weight room guy. He's got enormously strong hands. He controls those inside A gaps. He plays with leverage. He plays low. In some ways, when you think about what Hargrave is, he's a pass rusher. In a lot of ways, DJ Jones is the perfect complement to play inside next to Hargrave. So, and I don't think DJ is going to cost you that much at this point. So yeah, maybe they can do two things for one. Maybe they can get a DJ Jones and get a defensive end, and maybe they view that as an upgrade over just going forward with Armstead when you factor in the chronic injuries he's been battling.
Two thoughts on this. In about a month from now, on April 25th, when the NFL draft begins in the first round, every analyst is going to be jerking off over, well, that's great value. Look at the value. What great value. Eric Armstead was the number 17 pick in the 2015 draft. He played 9 years for the team as a starter. 9 years as a starter out of a first-round draft pick is a ton of value. So the 49ers nailed that draft pick, right? I mean, with all due respect, Eric Armstead, very, very good player. Great player? No. Good player? Yes. Starter in the NFL, legitimate starter in the NFL? Yes. The other big lesson here, and maybe it's the biggest lesson to be learned, Larry, is when you have a player like DeForest Buckner, you don't mess around with that guy. How many interior defensive line headaches would just staying in the DeForest Buckner business have saved the 49ers through all these years, right?
I mean, they chose. Here's the thing. I mean, if you go hire Scott Boras as your agent in baseball, that sends a message, does it not?
Right.
Well, if you go hire Joel Siegel in the NFL, that also sends a message. And that's who Buckner had. So Buckner had Joel Siegel. Siegel had just basically forced the Bears to trade Khalil Mack. And it was a situation where I think, or the Raiders to trade Khalil Mack. I just think it's a situation where when you have that superpower agent, The Niners, had the local kid in Armstead. They also wanted to re-sign Jimmy Ward. I mean, if the Niners had chosen Buckner over and not done the Kinlaw deal and paid Buckner and moved off Armstead, would they have won a Super Bowl? It's hard to say. Maybe they would have. I know there are people that, I think that everybody feels that Buckner was better than Armstead. I think the mistake was just assuming that you could get a guy in Kinlaw that would command a double team. There's a saying that says that you never get rid of a defensive front seven player that commands a double team because so few guys do. And they had that in Nick Bosa and D Ford and DeForest Buckner and they went to the Super Bowl with that line. And now they were hoping that Hargrave added to Bosa would be that second guy that commands a double team, but he really didn't this year. Not consistently, that's for sure. So in a lot of ways, they got rid of Buckner. Buckner was the guy that commanded a double team. The Jaguars, by the way, have just signed Gabe Davis, the wide receiver for Buffalo.
Okay. The Denver Broncos plan to sign safety Brandon Jones to a 3-year deal, according to Jeremy Fowler.
Let me grab one thing off the printer. Give me 30 seconds.
Larry's going to grab one thing off the printer. We're going to give him 30 seconds. Absolutely. Considering my side of the broadcast was freezing, it's the very least I can do for him. Let me just ask you while Larry's away, hit like and subscribe. Wake Up is now coming to you 3 days a week. The plan is to make sure the show is about 45, 50 minutes long. Obviously, we've broken that plan today with all the NFL free agency news that we want to capture and see what's going on. So we're going longer than usual, but Wake Up is now 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Memberships available on both channels, and I do know that Larry and I are simulcasting here, so we don't care who you're watching on, but hopefully you're subscribed to the both of us, and we'd certainly appreciate hitting that like button. It makes the algorithm kiss us right on our head. Again, the big news for the 49ers this morning is that Eric Armstead is out. Have they added anyone? Not really. Nothing yet. Brandon Allen is back as a 1-year deal. Now, is that to be a third-string quarterback or to be the official Brock Purdy backup? We'll find out, but it's probably a good move for the 49ers to do that. It also means that Sam Darnold is probably not long for this world that the 49ers are living in. The big quarterbacking news today is that Russell Wilson is now in Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson signs a 1-year deal for the veterans minimum. Russell Wilson being paid like $38 million a year probably is not a good deal. Russell Wilson on a veteran minimum deal? It's one of the single best contracts in all of football. This is a 9-time Pro Bowler with a ring. And when you look at his numbers coming out of 2 disappointing seasons in Denver, he didn't have awful numbers. Not at all. Russell Wilson is 35 years old. What he's got left is to be, debated. But, dude, Russell Wilson on a $1.2 million a year cap hit that's an easy deal for the Steelers to make. That is there's no losing out on that deal. Even if Russell Wilson doesn't perform the way you hope he does in your dreams, that's still a really good deal. Larry, how's your printer?
It's good. It's good. Had to pull the report off. There's a lot of you're talking about Russell Wilson going to the Steelers. I'm not trying to overproduce your show and your setup. Might I suggest you put the printer in your studio? Just throwing that out there for you, Larry. Have the printer in the studio. Oh, now I can't hear you. It's kind of a family printer, so we had to kind of put it in the family area.
Oh, okay.
So we're all sharing it. We're all sharing the printer. You're right. If it was just for the show.
It might be time to just go. I think you can get a printer at Costco for like $85. You should go splurge. You know what? I think I know.
Printers are not what they used to be. That's for sure. We also have this one from Mike Baker, who says, "Good morning, boys. Thanks for all of the updates." Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Mike also, I think we will win the big one this year. Go Niners. He's thinking positive. Daza says Armstead's leadership and community presence was great, and he was a good run defender, but he wasn't worth his money. He's being paid elite rusher money. We can get younger and healthier now. Yeah,
all fair. All very fair.
Very fair, yeah. NFL equals Niners for life. Warner restructured. Big splash coming soon. Coming soon. I told you that the 49ers, according to RSF 49ers, according to Tom Pelissaro, the Niners are a team to watch in regards to defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, according to Tom Pelissaro. I think if there's one thing that really kind of surprised me, based on the dialogue going into free agency and the dialogue around the league last year, I'm a little surprised the Dolphins didn't franchise tag Christian Wilkins.
Former Dolphins defensive tackle Christian Wilkins is signing a 4-year, $110 million deal with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Wow.
You pair him up with Max Crosby, you got yourself a D-line, boy. Las Vegas Raiders win the Christian Wilkins sweepstakes, which makes the value of DJ Jones going forward to the 49ers go through the roof, does it not?
Well, Wilkins was definitely the premier guy on the market. The Niners were aiming high. Does that mean that they pivot with with Danielle Hunter? Do you pivot with Joey Bosa and DJ Jones? That's interesting.
Christian Wilkins, a Raider. How about that? Boy, going to Nevada, by the way, with all that tax-free living, he's going to keep an awful lot of that money. Well, I mean, he's coming from Florida, so he's keeping an awful lot of his money to begin with. He probably wanted to have a similar tax structure set up for his big payday. So, I'll say this, that when it comes to facilities, the Raiders are second to none. They have unbelievable facilities, and they had money to spend and splash, and they did it with Christian Wilkinson. Larry, that hurts a little, right?
Wilkins. But yeah,
sorry.
He's not a he's not going to win there. That's the one thing. He got his money, he got his bag. But Richard Seymour took a big bag once upon a time to go there and didn't win. So he's getting his money for sure.
It's a new day, Larry. Antonio Pierce, it's a new day.
Daza says Buckner trade hurt, but was then compounded by not drafting Tristan Wirfs. Yeah, they could have had Tristan Wirfs, and they probably would have Wirfs as their foundation piece tackle. Instead, they went with Kinlaw, and they're going to let him walk away in free agency. And most likely, it sounds like. Yeah, so what's the big pivot for the 49ers? I think it's an edge piece.
Danielle Hunter. It's got to be Danielle.
Would you take, if you moved off of Armstead and you got DJ Jones and Danielle Hunter, would you consider that an upgrade? Because I would.
I would too. And at that point in time, I think you get out of the Joey Bosa business. And the Joey Bosa business is just set up to fail. I'm sorry, it really is. I know you're very excited about him. He does not play football. He doesn't play much football because he's hurt with something all the time for the last 2 years. I just don't like that trend in his career. I'd much rather have a Khalil Mack who had 17 sacks last year. Khalil Mack was still wrecking this league. So, but Danielle Hunter, 100%. If this day ended with Danielle Hunter and DJ Jones for the 49ers, they would have had themselves a hell of a day on that defensive line.
I'm going to look up the free agent defensive tackles just to see who exactly is on this list.
Christian Wilkins, a 4-year, $110 million deal. Larry, his guarantee, $84.75 million.
Whoo!
Ho!
It's big.
Congratulations to Mr. Wilkins and the entire Wilkins family. Good God, that's a big guarantee.
Well, and he's the best player out there by far. I mean, look at the rest of the guys who are out there. There's DJ Reader, who's had some injuries, and he's 30. And he made $13 million last year. Fletcher Cox just retired, so he's not in the mix anymore. Kinlaw hasn't done much. Wilkins is 28, coming off a year where he made $3.8 million. I don't see. I mean, Kevin Givens is a free agent. There's just not that guy out there that you say, yeah. I mean, there's some guys that, Neville Gallimore's not bad. As far as down the road, maybe, a guy with a little upside who's kind of younger. But I mean, it's just, it's slim pickings. I mean, you're probably going to have to go into the draft to find a defensive tackle that can help you at this point if you're the 49ers. I mean, Neville Gallimore's 27. There's not a lot of guys out there. I mean, it really isn't. Maybe there'll be some guys who are traded. Hassan Ridgeway's out there, but he's 30. Wilkins is the young guy. There's Tier Tart from Houston. He's not terrible. Sheldon Rankins from Houston. He's also about 30. Some Grover Stewart from Indy, just kind of a guy. He made $10 million last year. I don't think he's worth that.
Best part of that name. Best part about him is his name, Grover. There aren't enough Grovers in the world.
DJ Reader, would not be a disaster. I'll say that. He at least can stop the run. He's a big horse of a defensive tackle who can stop the run. And they need to be the Niners. I mean, that's why DJ Jones to me is so attractive, because if you can get DJ Jones, now you've got somebody who's really good against the run, and then you could focus on the defensive end position in free agency. And then when you're looking at those guys, now it's a totally different list. You're looking at, Leonard Williams. You're looking at Ngakwe. You're looking at Dorrance Armstrong. There's some other guys out there. Leonard Floyd. There's
how old is Leonard Floyd? I feel like I've been hearing his name for the last 30 years.
How old is Leonard Floyd? Let's see. I think he's like 30. Find his name on this list, but yeah, he's like 30. But he always plays well. He's coming off another year where he played well. So I mean, it's like he's like maybe 31. They don't list him here. Wait, maybe is he listed as an outside linebacker? Maybe. He's one of those guys. I mean, I've loved him since he was at Georgia, and it just seems like every team he's on, he comes flying off the edge. Daniil Hunter is 29. He made $17 million this year. There's Zadarius Smith. Leonard Floyd is going on his age 32 season. He played for Buffalo this last year, made $7 million. Like Bryce Huff, Ushi from New England's an interesting name. Bryce Huff's an interesting name. I mean, maybe throw big money at Bryce Huff and see if you can get DJ Jones.
Well, Bryce Huff was a guy that I think was about to be franchise tagged by the Jets, but then they just backed off that. So,
yeah,
I don't know. By the way, you want to talk about cap casualties being at the center of some of the decisions you're going to hear about? David Bakhtiari was scheduled to make $40 million this year. That's a lot of money for an offensive
a lot of money
lineman. $40 million. Good God.
What a success story he was, too, because he was not highly thought of coming out of school. Edwards said Brandon Staley coached Leonard Floyd on the Rams. Yeah, that's something to keep mind of. We also have this one from Mike Baker. Says NFLPA working towards fully guaranteed contracts. Yeah, well, that ain't happening. I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Look at it this way. That would be my number one negotiating point for an 18th game in future years. If I were the NFLPA, we would be going to the mattresses over fully guaranteed contracts, which would mean smaller deals for everyone. You're not going to see the 5-year, 6-year, 7-year deal. Like the entire league would be on a 2-year deal at that point. which I don't know if that's bad for business or not. Or it would be literal lifetime health insurance for me and the rest of my family. Like we're taken care of forever. So
I mean, it would seem like the NFL could do amazing things with the PR of every guy who plays a down in the NFL gets lifetime medical. You know what I mean? It seems like the PR, that's such a PR win that,
right.
It seems like it's in their best interest, but hasn't happened yet. Jeff says Ford being injured really hurt the plan around releasing DeForest Buckner, trading DeForest Buckner. That was not expected. Still think it was a bad move. Yeah, I mean, Buckner commanded a double team. Kinlaw never did. So, and then they had to spend huge money to go get Hargrave, and then he didn't really command too many double teams this year. So, the Niners are still looking for that second defensive line piece that commands a double team. And if they can find it, it's going to make life easier for everybody. And they thought they had it in Kinlaw. They didn't. They thought they had it in Hargrave. They didn't. We're going to find out if they can find another D lineman that can be like a second guy that you have to combo block on most plays. If they can find that, it's going to help quite a bit. Todd Tran says, Josh Uche and Tier Tart are my bargain signings. There you go.
Thank you, Todd.
We got this one from Get Good. He says, grab Higgins. He's disgruntled. E. Hall says, how about Debo for Higgins? Would you trade Debo straight up to the Raiders or to the Bengals for Higgins?
Instantly, and there's no way the Bengals would make that deal. Debo is now unfortunately living in terrible contract. That went from, look, if he's not also going to be Debo, I'm running with the ball behind the quarterback, he is not a number one wide receiver, Larry. He isn't. He's good. He's an awful lot of the mojo behind the Niners and lots of reasons to like him. But at that price point, there's a lot of reasons to say that's too much. So I don't even think the Bengals take that phone call.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe I'm down on Debo. Maybe I am. Maybe that's just me. But he just.
I know Shanahan loves him.
He didn't do jack shit in the Super Bowl, man. Nothing.
Well, but I mean, this is a guy who was, had serious shoulder pain in the Green Bay game. So I don't know what the issue was, but he clearly was not physically 100% for the Super Bowl. So I would pump the brakes on he sucked in the Super Bowl. I think that was a guy playing hurt.
Okay. So even if we grant you that, and I will grant you that, isn't Debo always kind of a little hurt? But for maybe 4 or 5 games a year, there's always something. He just plays so violently. He does as much damage to himself as he does the opponent. And I don't know, like if Debo isn't giving you big time running back production as well, I don't think he's nearly as valuable to this team as he used to be. And I think his single game rushing total, his high last year was like 39 yards. You get that out of anybody.
I know. And he's best utilized as a running back, and they don't want to use him as a running back. And they have McCaffrey now. So it's like, you've taken away a lot of the value of Debo. Daza says, we need a big run stuffer, a Haloti Nada, Vita Vea type to pair with Hargrave and trade for Greenard, Hunter at a reasonable price. Greenard's gone.
Greenard's off the board. Hunter's still a reality.
And I don't think you wouldn't. Greenard was a signee. I mean, you could have signed him as a free agent.
By the way, just a programming note, Larry, I told everyone, we were going to be going 45 minutes to make it nice and tight. We're already in our second hour on today's show. So you and I are up to our old tricks as usual. We do have a big news cycle going today. And by the way, the 11 a.m. Damon Brew show, I pushed that back to 11:30 so you and I can keep going here. We got to keep going. We got too many people in the room, too much attention on this show right now to go start another show. So we
Titans expected to sign the center Lloyd Cushenberry. I know the coach was fired up about Cushenberry. who I really liked as well. He was at LSU with Damian Lewis, and he's a pretty decent center. Boxing fan times 4 says, if the 49ers think they can get an O lineman at 31, should they move up or look to draft the best wide receiver to keep Mahomes from getting a new weapon like Worthy or a cornerback at 31? I personally, I think the way I would play it at 31, based on the mock drafts I've seen, is do you want the 7th or 8th best offensive tackle? If you do, draft him. If you got a guy you love there, but I would say that they're sitting there in the 30s, and a lot of the top defensive tackles, Rook Orororo, Michael Hall, several others, are all going to be sitting right there. Byron Murphy, anywhere from where they pick to the next, down 10, 12 picks. If you could trade down 10 picks and then still get Rook Orororo, that might be the play. But I think defensive tackle or defensive end, defensive line, I think I would prioritize over offensive line, because you do have some really good 3rd round options on the offensive line.
Well, and the other element of the boxing fan times 4 question is, do you do anything with a worry about what might, you don't even consider what might happen around the draft other than what you're doing. You don't worry about opponents. You don't worry about other teams and what they might do unless you're involved directly in a trade bidding for the same player, that sort of thing. So I don't think you do any of this given any credence to what Kansas City might do.
No, I mean, come on. I mean, you just got to build your own outfit, and hopefully you can beat them when it's time to beat them. But I mean, and Xavier Worthy is a hot name right now. Why? Because he ran the record-breaking time in Indy at the combine. But is Xavier Worthy that special? If you watch Texas games this year, I'd say no. I like him. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not moving heaven and earth to get Xavier Worthy.
Right.
I think there's some other guys out there that I like. I mean, Xavier Legette played in the SEC at South Carolina. A lot of people feel like Xavier Legette's going to wind up in the 50s. So, I mean, I think Legette is clearly better than Xavier Worthy, even though, Legette ran 4.3 at 6'3", 230. This guy ran 4.2 whatever, 4.21, but on a much, much skinnier frame. I mean, Xavier Worthy, couldn't have been more than 160 pounds, 165 pounds. I mean, he's super, super light. So, I mean, it's just they're different players altogether. I'll take the 230-pound guy, runs in the 4.3s over the 165-pound guy.
By the way, Brandon Aiyuk's team is going to be monitoring any and all wide receiver deals today, as the market might reset here with Justin Jefferson and T. Higgins saying tagging me is not good enough. Adam Schefter is saying that the Jaguars are giving former Bills Gabe Davis, we now have a dollar amount attached to it, 3 years, $39 million and $11 million at signing. I don't have any guarantees there, but 3
years, $39 million. So we got $13 million a year.
That's a really good deal. That's a good deal. If you're the Jaguars, that's hey, you know what? I might be better than you think.
But I mean, Aiyuk's going to make more than that.
Oh yeah.
A lot more than that.
But that's the floor. Like any starting wide receiver is making at least $13 million. What's Aiyuk making this year? If he came back on a 1-year deal,
14 and change.
Okay.
If he came back at the deal that he's out the deal that he's on, but there's a lot of talk that Justin Jefferson's going to reset the market at north of $30 million, and that Aiyuk is going to say, "Pay me $30 million." And that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. That means you'd have 58 tied up in Debo and Aiyuk. Now you could, spread it out, and that's how do the Niners get cap room to go sign anybody? It's probably signing Aiyuk and spreading that money out and turning that deal into something that's far more reasonable for the cap in the present. but we'll see. We'll see, because it's, that's the other thing. The Niners, I'm sure, have a walk away number that they're committed to,
I would
because
think that any team who is about to be negotiating with Brandon Aiyuk, no matter what Justin Jefferson signs for, like the opening part of the Brandon Aiyuk conversation is, you're really good. You ain't Justin Jefferson, young man. You're not getting his money. You're not.
No. There's talk that the Vikings may trade Jefferson. I mean, that's the other question. If you're the 49ers, if you're gonna pay a wide receiver through the nose, maybe you trade for Justin Jefferson. He's an elite guy. There's no question about it. Boxing fan says, if San Francisco thinks they can get an O-line at 31, shouldn't they move up to look to draft the best wide receiver to keep? Oh, okay, we had that one. Mike Baker says, I'd like to keep 2. I'd like to keep Kittle just for entertainment value. Yeah, I don't think they're moving off of Kittle. I just don't. I think he's so key to what they do. But I know a lot of people feel like they should. James Foster says, I'm locked in, boys. No way I'm switching to CamBR.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. That's the plan.
We appreciate that. We have almost 3,000 people hanging out in the room on this Monday morning. There's a lot of interest in what's going to happen around the NFL. I mean, let's be honest. The NFL offseason has gotten as interesting as the NBA regular season or the MLB preseason, So, and NFL offseason, I mean, this is where baseball, it's funny. I heard somebody talking the other day that it will never happen, that, what Manfred is pushing for, which is like a defined deadline in December, and that the union will never go for it. But it's like, once again, it's like, what's best for baseball? Baseball doesn't command anything. They don't command the off season. Almost every part of their season has been taken away from them. It's like April has been replaced by the NFL draft. May and June have been taken away by the NBA playoffs. July has been taken away by NFL training camp and the NBA Summer League. I mean, when really the Major League Baseball has lost everything. August is training camp. They don't really have a month that they, in season or out of season, that people are talking baseball. They just don't.
Well, look, I just put up a picture of what was Giants Fan Fest. And I said, unless this picture was taken 20 seconds after they opened the gates, this is a disaster. And a lot of people were like, well, spring training's going on. There's no players there. They did a few other fan fests in a few other areas. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. So they put a fan fest in Sacramento. So, banjo pluckers from Turlock could make it to a fan fest easier. Congratulations. That is not, sorry, Turlock, you didn't deserve that. But, that didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. But that is not, those satellite fan fests should never affect the actual fan fest at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Baseball has never mattered less, not just in San Francisco, but in America. I mean, it's not a dying sport, but the interest in it is palpably less than it was just a decade ago. Palpably less interest. So is that the NFL pushing baseball off the radar, or is that Major League Baseball forever not knowing how to properly market itself in the post-steroids era? I mean, there's a little bit of both there. And the answer is somewhere in the middle. But
they're all making so much money that it's like they don't really care about what's best for their game. And so the players union pushes back, even though it's probably in the best interest of their game. And everybody, it's a relationship that needs basic trust to move forward, and they don't have basic trust, and they can't move forward. So that's really it. Dusty Gold says, Larry, will you be going on 95.7 the game again? The plan is this week, I think, for Wednesday, but it's not confirmed as of yet, but possibly Wednesday.
Larry, will you be broadcasting exclusively to 65-year-old women at any point in time this week?
Mike Baker says, I'd like to keep Kittle just for the entertainment value. Wait, we got one more down here. Todd Tran, 49ers making one great signing or multiple cheap guys. I think their mindset is to try to get multiple guys. Try to get, or to try to get at least one. I would say, they're the last couple. I mean, this year it seems like they need multiple guys. They need like an Aziz Al-Shaair. They could use,
Depth.
they could use DJ Jones. They could use, 2 or 3 guys. But it seems like their plan is to let a bunch of guys walk, sign one great player. So that's kind of been their plan. I don't know if that's going to be their plan going forward this year, but that's been their plan with Mooney and with Hargrave. And I think it's a good plan. I really do. I really think it's a good plan. Why? Because I think you don't have locker room, malcontents over free agency. If you go get a great player, you go get Justin Jefferson. He walks in the room. He's the best receiver in the game. Nobody can sit there and be like, you're not worth it. Yeah, right. He kind of is. If you go get Christian Wilkins, you pay him a ton. It's okay.
Right. When your problem is when you're, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
When you get the secondary guys and then you overpay the secondary guys, that's not good.
When you're best in class, to become best in class, you by definition make everyone around you better. And that's a player that any locker room always has open arms for. You're going to make us all better. Like you alone might add a win to our season. Like that's how big of a difference maker you are. That player is always welcome with open arms. The spent way too much money on, like let's say Javon Kinlaw shows up in another locker room. How much money they paid him will be a topic of conversation in that locker room based on his production level. I'm not trying to take shots at Javon Kinlaw either, but that's a guy who you might pay too much based on size and hope, and then it doesn't work out quite like you hoped it did. And that's pretty much where the Niners are on him. So I would imagine the next team would be living in that universe too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge is, don't pay a mediocre guy great. You'd rather pay the best guy a little too much. And the Armstead thing is interesting because, were they after Wilkins? Yeah, it sounds like they were. Are they after, a top Brian Burns or somebody like that? I mean, it's possible. I definitely think that they know they need to get an elite guy opposite Bosa and a run plugger inside. Is that DJ Jones and Brian Burns in a trade? Is that DJ Jones and, a signing of Danielle Hunter? I don't know. But I think that's really, I think they're going to move off of Eric Armstead with the idea that they can get a run plugging nose guard or run plugging defensive tackle and a dominant player opposite Bosa.
Well, that player will not be defensive tackle Christian Wilkins. If you're just joining us, he signed with the Raiders, 4-year, $110 million deal with over 80 guaranteed. It's a big, big, big number. So far, in just the last hour, we've seen the Bears. They're going to sign DeAndre Swift from Philadelphia. The Titans are plucking Tony Pollard out of Dallas, which leaves Dallas with 0 running back, which means maybe Dallas gets into the Derrick Henry conversation. The Vikings are going to sign defensive end Jonathan Greenard. Gabe Davis will sign with the Jaguars. Again, none of this can become official until Wednesday when you can start putting pen to paper.
Another big one is the Commanders have just signed Dorrance Armstrong away from the Cowboys.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah. I wonder what's that price?
A good player.
What is that price? That's what I would like to know, because that guy seems like you should have.
Let's see. Let's see what the numbers are. I don't see the numbers.
No, I haven't seen the numbers yet either.
But Dan Quinn, of course, the new coach of the Commanders, coached Dorrance Armstrong for 3 years in Dallas. So that's interesting. Dallas had given Armstrong a 2-year, $12 million deal after Randy Gregory talks fell through in the 11th hour. And Dorrance Armstrong's a good player. He's only 26. So, I mean, they had Montez Sweat. They traded him to the Bears. They had Chase Young. They traded him to the Niners. And now they go in free agency and sign Dorrance Armstrong away from the Dallas Cowboys. So that's a pretty good signing there for Adam Peters.
Well, that's what he was brought in to do. Make tough choices and good choices. And look, the nice thing is the Commanders have like 2-3 years to get this right. I mean, that is going to be a long time turning around what was the Titanic hitting an iceberg with every nautical mile it traveled under Daniel Snyder's regime. So it's going to be a while to that is a full-on flush of a roster, rebuild a roster. And that takes more than one off season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is going to be an interesting day, though, to see, the Niners last year, I think with Hargrave, I think they announced it early and they got it done early. And this may be them making big moves early again today. So, we'll find out here in the next few hours, but, it's funny. They move off of Armstead. He had a cap hit this year of $28.3 million, according to Over the Cap. So that was a big reason why the Niners asked him to take a pay cut. And if this is a pre-June 1st move, the Niners eat $25.8 million on that move. The other interesting one is what's going to happen with Juice. If Juice refuses to take the pay cut, do they cut him loose? Is that something that they gave him an hour's deadline on? That to me is going to be interesting to watch. It's like what exactly happens with Kyle Juszczyk, because he's a major leader in that room as well, but another guy who, is probably priced himself over the market.
Well, and I mean, he plays, do we want to call it the least valuable position in modern football? I mean, it's a good blocking fullback and a threat to catch the ball seems like an integral part of Kyle Shanahan's offense. But when you look around the league, there's a lot of teams don't even carry a fullback.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's
another one I'm looking at here just makes me wonder. Buda Baker has gone on with Debo and Kay Adams and talking about how hard it is to tackle Debo. He said, this man's hard to tackle, very hard to tackle. Just a tank, man, just a tank. If this is recent, is this an indication that Buda Baker could be coming here? Because I'm a big Buda Baker fan.
He is great, but what you playing him in a slot?
You play him at safety because you don't know about the health of Hufanga.
Hufanga obviously is the guy that you're going to be going forward with when healthy again. Jair Brown, I think, played himself into starting position. So I don't know. Buda Baker feels a little redundant, and he's going to come with a big price tag. Like you can blow up your defensive line plans to match two players if Buda Baker's joining the team, right?
He's pretty special, man. That's the only thing I'll say. He's a pretty special player on the back end.
Right. $15 million a year player?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he would command
12,
at this point.
13, 14.
But, I mean, this guy plays for keeps. I mean, he's really, really good. So, I don't know. That's the tough one right there. Does Buda Baker, what does Buda Baker command in the open market? Because, there's a lot of talk that the Eagles want either Chauncey Gardner-Johnson back or that they want Buda Baker. And if you could somehow, wind up with the guy that they don't get out of that duo, I think I'd be pretty happy there. I mean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's really special, but, he doesn't get along with Debo. And now you got Buda Baker, who's really special, and he does get along with Debo, so much so that he's joking and he's yucking it up with him on Kay Adams' show. Maybe Buda Baker would be the big signing. Maybe that's one of the big additions is Buda Baker. I do love Buda Baker. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's good against the run, good against the pass. He can defend the tight end. He comes up aggressively in run support. He can play coverage in the deep middle. I mean, there's a lot to like about Buda.
There is. So here we are. We're almost at 11 o'clock. Again, the show that I was going to do exclusively on my channel, the Damon Brew shows, we're going to get going at about 11:30, which means we got a half an hour left together here, Larry, waiting for headlines to come on in. Please hit like and subscribe. And Larry, I'm going to ask you to carry the show for the next 2 minutes while I go take a leak. I didn't think we were going to be going this long. My coffee is flowing. I got to be right back.
There you go. No problem. No problem. I'd like to ask the chat if you could make one addition. Who's your guy? If you could make one primary addition, and it could be a trade, it could be a signing, it could be either non-draft choice. We're talking free agency now. We'll get to the draft when we get to the draft. It's March 11th. The draft is not until April 25th. So we're about 6 weeks out from the draft. Free agency begins in earnest on Wednesday, but today a lot of deals will get announced. If you could make one addition to the 49ers, who would it be? Who's your one addition? Who's the difference maker that is going to make you go, you know what? They just got a whole lot better today. Let's go. Let's see what people are saying. Sway says Khalil Mack. Gabriel says the Rams just signed Jonah Jackson away from Detroit. That's a big get for them. Edward Freeman says DJ Jones. Herbie Holland says sign Danielle Hunter or Khalil Mack. It's interesting. Okay. Julius Callaway says Aziz Al-Shaair, DJ Jones, Bosa, Hunter, Mack. Julius was not listening. I said one. Freddie drops Darnell Savage. Very good corner for the Green Bay Packers. That's a good name too. D. Lou says Jonathan Allen from Washington. That's a premier name. Danielle Hunter. Julius Callaway says Nick Allegretti. I'm saying, Damon, I asked the chat if they could add one significant either free agent or trade, who's their guy? And we're hearing Brian Burns, Danielle Hunter, Nick Allegretti, Hassan Reddick, Khalil Mack. This guy says the best left tackle, Jonathan Allen, Darnell Savage, Aziz Al-Shaair. Mitchell and Ness says Newsome from Cleveland. He's looking for the corner. That would be interesting. Sway says Burns. Ken says Danielle Hunter. We got another one for Burns from Miguelito.
I mean, just Danielle Hunter to me sounds like the sexiest name out there. Brian Burns just got franchised. What? Right? Didn't he? Didn't they put the tag on him?
They did, but there's a lot of speculation that they're going to tag and trade him for
right.
Third. And the Rams were the team that was thought to be. The Rams and the Niners were supposedly the two teams that were on him.
So if you're making a deal for Brian Burns, you're spending 9 figures on that. He's $100 million a year player in his next contract, right?
Yeah, he's an incredible passer.
Not $100 million a year, but $100 million over however many years that would be. I mean, that is a massive, massive move. If the Niners were to make it, I think that Danielle Hunter can give you comparable play for a better deal than that.
I mean, Danielle Hunter or Brian Burns. It seems like Burns is a little bit more speed oriented. I guess I think I'd rather have Burns than Hunter. Hunter did have an amazing year this last year.
You know what would just be the single best available thing for the 49ers is for either Robert Beal Jr. or Drake Jackson to have themselves an offseason for the ages that makes them the viable. Like, how much easier would the problems be to solve on this roster if the answers to the problems were already on this roster? I mean, I think that Drake Jackson is a guy I'm not ready to give up on. I think that there's an NFL player in him. I know that this year didn't give much of an example of that, but he got hurt and he was out of the mix after making a big splash in week 1. Like, everyone was really excited about Drake Jackson after the Steelers game, right? And then it just kind of fell off and then he got hurt. I like him, though. I like him. I think he's got the right body. He is obviously the kind of guy who invests in himself in the offseason. You and I both, that first day of training camp, Larry, were like, look at him. He is bigger up top. That guy hit the weight room. So hopefully the answers that they're looking for, some of them are already on this roster.
By the way, this is the day that I always like to say to people, don't get Kolski'd. Don't get Kolski'd.
What's getting Kolski'd?
Getting Kolski'd means that you're reporting major news from a illegitimate Ian Rappaport or an illegitimate Adam Schefter. So there was somebody who sent me just a minute ago this illegitimate report from Ian Rappaport, but it's not Ian Rappaport. And it says, breaking! Niners have agreed to a deal with Danielle Hunter. Huge move as San Francisco looks to return to the Super Bowl. And they have this picture of just a ridiculously jacked up Danielle Hunter. But it's not the actual rap sheet, because when you go to look at the guy's thing, I think the actual rap sheet probably has more than 601 followers.
So there you go. Again, check the spellings of Schefter and Rappaport. If there's an extra P in there, don't. So I didn't know that happened to Kolski. I know.
Yeah, look for the blue. Yeah, I forget who it was.
What?
It was a few years ago. He broke something with Fitz and Brooks.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't with me and Ratto, that's for sure. Because he was at the beginning of his career as just an update guy. He had to learn a little. How about this? This is from Adam Schefter. The Jets and free agent defensive end Bryce Huff are signing a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Eagles once free agency opens. So Bryce Huff is going to the Eagles. 3 years, $51 million. The deal will make Huff the highest paid non-quarterback undrafted free agent in NFL history.
Well, and that's why the Eagles are shopping both Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick, because the talk was that they were going to go sign Bryce Huff in free agency. So now we see them do that. We'll see if they will be forced to cut Sweat, cut Reddick, or if they'll actually find a trade partner.
Hassan Reddick is a player that the 49ers should instantly be interested in if he's available.
Yeah, the only thing I would say there is, like, is he a scheme fit for them? I mean, he's a speed guy who weighs about 235 pounds, and they typically have defensive ends that weigh about 270. So it's like, would they be happy with Hassan Reddick in the wide 9, or would they feel like he's a liability against the run?
I mean,
so that's the one question.
Here's the thing. I don't care how much you weigh, how tall you are, if you're getting to the quarterback. That guy gets to the quarterback. I don't know if a scheme is what unlocks him. He's a player, man. He's a good player. Ask Brock Purdy what he thinks about Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan Reddick is great if you have big D linemen inside. Like, he had a really good year when they had Hargrave and Fletcher Cox inside.
Up a minute ago from Ari Mirov.
Is it the real Ari Mirov?
It is the real Ari Mirov. My sports update. A stunner, Josh Jacobs, leaving the Raiders and will be signing with the Green Bay Packers, according to Rap Sheet. Antonio Pierce loses one of his favorites.
That's big. I mean, so Jacobs, they say what he got?
I don't have a number on him. But boy, I mean, how excited are you about becoming a Raider right now if you're Christian Wilkins? Like, the Raiders' offense is now, there's no one really to get the ball to Davante Adams. That's the offense.
Yeah, I mean, Jacobs is a tremendous back, and he goes to the Packers. I mean, think about that. You said Packers, right?
Yeah, and LaFleur is going to know how to use him.
Well, I mean, you're talking about, the Packers now having a premier back to go with all those really two good young tight ends and all those good young receivers, and an offensive line that was number 2 in pass block win rate, and Jordan Love, coming of age. I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is where the Niners really have to, focus in on this offseason, because Detroit's coming, man, and Philly's coming back, and Green Bay's coming, and there's a few teams in the NFC that are big time teams.
Is Aaron Jones now possibly in play? Do you sign Josh Jacobs to be a running back on your team or to be the running back on your team? What does that mean for Aaron Jones?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd love to have Aaron Jones. I mean, he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's incredible. He's an amazing talent. As far as God, is Aaron Jones leaving there?
I don't know.
That's interesting. I think it's also really interesting that the Eagles get Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff is a absolutely hyperactive, outstanding edge rusher. And now the Eagles have him coming off the edge on a team that already has a lot of speed and a lot of talent on their D line. I thought the Eagles getting Bryce Huff and the Packers getting Josh Jacobs. I don't know which deal I like worse, but both those teams are. I mean, I would say the NFC is a 4 or 5 team deal this year. Green Bay, Niners, Detroit, Philly, maybe 1 or 2 other teams in there, and you don't like to see Huff going to the Eagles. Not that one for sure is bad.
By the way, I just moved back the starting time of my show to 11:45. I keep on pushing it back, Larry. We got too much interest in what's going on right here on this show to go ahead and start another show. So thanks everyone for being here. It means an awful lot. Hit like and subscribe to both of our channels. You really want to go that next step? Hit that notify button and you won't miss a single wake up, which is now going to be coming to you 3 days a week, a very special free agency wake up today, meaning we're going much longer than we plan on this show normally running. We want to condense it down to like a 45, 50-minute long, fits in your day very, very well. Like there should be very few sports shows that are longer than The Godfather. But today is a day where we're waiting for more and more information coming in. That Josh Jacobs news is big news.
Huge. Wow. Because, I mean, not only that, I mean, the Green Bay ran it at will at the Niners. I mean, talk about a team that badly needs a better run defense. It's the 49er defense. And this is where, when I see that, the Josh Jacobs, I think to myself, man, you better get a DJ Jones. You better get somebody inside who can man those A gaps and force teams to, at least run to the edges. To me, if you could turn Eric Armstead's spot into Azeez Al-Shaair and DJ Jones, and maybe, pursue a edge piece to go with it, I mean, I think you might be ahead there. But that's a lot of ifs, I mean, that's those are, the Niners haven't been able to make that big announcement yet. But
it feels like signing Azeez Al-Shaair wouldn't take that much more than a phone call. I mean, yeah. I don't understand if that is in their plans. That seems like a plan that you can execute early and easily.
Totally. It doesn't seem like something that it's not doable. It seems like it is doable.
By the way, are we a day away from Davante Adams demanding a trade? I mean, Davante Adams goes to Las Vegas, and every reason he went there is now gone?
I know. Yeah, it's wild.
So how much longer is he just going to do? I mean, maybe he's at the, just pay me well and I don't care phase of his career, but I don't think so. He's a player, man. The guy's got scrapple in him. So maybe this makes him, a guy who could be on the move. But that is a really big deal. Like, that's so Raiders, if you don't mind me saying. To go out and sign Christian Wilkins, which is a sign to the NFL, take us more seriously, and then lose Josh Jacobs, which is a sign to not take.
They're a 2-step forward, 1 step back kind of a outfit. You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel like that? They just make a couple good moves, then they make a couple bad moves. It's kind of like watching a Raider game. It's like, hey, they look good, and then they don't look good, and then they make a great move, then they make a questionable move.
Right. One week they get housed. The next week they're putting 60 on the 63 on the, or 60, whatever it was, on the Chargers. It's weird. Raiders are weird. Somebody says, Seaside Blade Runner says the Raiders should have traded for Fields when it was there. It's still there. But if you're Justin Fields, probably the single last team you want to go to would be the Raiders, because the Raiders, for reasons that are unknown to anyone who watched a snap of Bears football, signed former Bears offensive coordinator Luke Getsy, who never figured out how to use Justin Fields. So I just don't think that's going to happen. The Bears absolutely overweighted any sort of Justin Fields situation. Again, they got a problem now with Justin Fields. Or, you know what I would do if I were the Chicago Bears, Larry? I would suck it up and hope that you could get something out of Justin Fields, who is a remarkable running quarterback. I think I would trade the number 1 overall pick.
And keep Fields?
Yeah.
Well, they could do that. They could keep Fields and trade that pick. That pick's very coveted.
You could get a house for the number 1 overall this year. I mean, what could you get? You could get 3 future number 1s? I mean, if that's what Trey Lance offered, 2 future, 1 current. But it just feels like you could get an absolute haul for Caleb Williams at the top of this draft. So
you also could lose your job. Jaguars have signed Darnell Savage, by the way, and also the Rams have signed Colby Parkinson. The former Stanford tight end who was in Seattle, now gets a 3-year, $22.5 million deal to go to the Rams. That's kind of interesting. The Rams also agreed to terms with Jonah Jackson. So the Rams are spending some money trying to rebuild their team. I guess they're kind of out of cap hell. But yeah, I mean, it's, this is the time of the year where it's like, you gotta be fluid. You gotta be, you gotta be willing to make plays. I mean, to make, to be, to have a little flexibility. A lot of people are speculating that with Armstead off the board, that Danielle Hunter is the number 1 target. What would you think if Danielle Hunter is the number 1 target opposite Bosa? I mean, the guy is jacked up. He had a tremendous year. There's no question.
Today, right now, I mean, I do that deal. I signed Danielle Hunter by the time I'm done with his sentence. If I'm the 49ers, that is now the prize, I think, defensively awaiting NFL team that gets to him. Is there a better, with Wilkins off the board, who's the better available guy? And don't give me any Joey Bosa or Khalil Mack, because neither of those guys is available until a trade is. I'm talking about sign him right now. He's the number 1 name on the board. I mean, if we were doing the Mel Kiper big board of free agent availability, is he not the number 1 remaining free agent right now? I can promise you there are several.
Well, on defense, I mean,
defensively, of course. Yes.
I mean, some people say Kirk Cousins. I would say the top defensive players on the board were, when this thing started, Chris Jones, Christian Wilkins, Jonathan Greenard. Those are the ones that, to me, then probably Danielle Hunter. Only reason I put Greenard over Hunter is age. Greenard is 27, Hunter's 29. So, but yeah, then it's Hunter, Calvin Ridley, Patrick Queen, who, I don't see the Niners going that direction. Bryce Huff, he's off the board. Micah Wenu, the offensive lineman from New England, is interesting. Robert Hunt, the offensive lineman from Miami's interesting. But yeah, I think that's it right there. So, I mean, Leonard Williams is highly coveted, but I would say, no doubt, Danielle Hunter is the top free agent on the board. So can you get Danielle Hunter? If you could get Danielle Hunter and DJ Jones, have you upgraded from Eric Armstead? I would say you probably have.
I think it's a dramatic upgrade. Yeah. I think, how about this? Eric Armstead to DJ Jones is at worst a lateral move. So you stay the same with just that move alone, I would imagine. And then you put Danielle Hunter as the sprinkles on top of that. Yeah, I think it's a major upgrade.
Would you rather, Todd Trans would you rather have the one great signing or multiple cheap guys? I mean, it really depends who they are and what are the names. I mean, I'd have to see who the big signing is. But, I mean, I do think Danielle Hunter opposite Bosa would give them a dynamic that they haven't had, maybe ever. I mean, Danielle Hunter, I think, is quite a bit better than the D Ford that they got from Kansas City a few years ago.
D Ford is among the worst decisions in the history of this franchise. Let's be totally honest. It was awful.
Yeah, it was a terrible decision. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't want the Niners to trade a pick to Kansas City for Snead because they traded a second-round pick for D Ford and it really didn't work out. I believe, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think the D Ford pick became somebody pretty decent.
One has nothing to do with the other. Because D Ford didn't work out affects the Snead possibility zero in my mind. That's, I wouldn't worry about that at all.
Well, some people are just like, stop dealing with Kansas City. Stop taking Kansas City's older players at the end for draft picks and letting them get younger and cheaper while you're getting older, more hurt, and more expensive.
Well, for a minute there, Kansas
City, Snead is pretty special.
Right. He was a Pro Bowler this year. Or all pro, right? So that would be a just cap casualty moving on. We're paying our quarterback how much money? That's why Snead's got to go. But it used to have the Kansas City Chiefs as like the retirement plan for the 49ers between Montana and Alex Smith. So maybe
Gerback.
Yeah, maybe a little turnabout is fair play. I don't know. But that really is the crux of any and all questions everyone is asking today. Not just fans, not just guys talking about football, but every single general manager is asking themselves today, how is my money better spent? Spreading it around on multiple or landing a knockout punch, which costs huge dollars?
I think it's the one dominant player. Because, here's the thing. You can get a lot of young players on day 3 of the draft and after the draft that are pretty damn similar to most of the guys that are being signed. It's the difference makers, and there's a half dozen or maybe a dozen of them. I mean, like the Texans just brought back Lonnie Johnson as a corner, and he's not bad. But Lonnie Johnson, I mean, is he a difference maker? No. Does he really move the needle? No, not really. So I like the way the Niners do it, because I do think that when you sign a bunch of average guys start looking around the room going, well, wait a second, why'd that guy get a bag? Why'd this guy get the bag? I think you want to make sure that the guys that you pay in your room, whether you pay guys that you drafted or paid guys in free agency, only pay the really special players, and then try to make do in the draft and after the draft with everybody else. That would be my approach.
I think that brings us back to Eric Armstead. Is that guy a difference maker? Year 10 of his injured career now, is he going to be a difference maker? Again, he's better than the NFL rank and file, but not $28 million a year cap hit better than NFL rank and file. So I think that's part of that decision. Again, they wanted.
I would say no. I would say no. He's not. I would say he's not set. He's a special person, and he was a definite leader, and the leadership void's going to be felt in that room. But as far as difference maker, no,
he wasn't. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to be rude or mean or unappreciative of what the guy did. A 9-year-long NFL career means you're a real NFL player. You can't fake 9 years in football, especially with one team. So he was good. How about this? You got the most out of Eric Armstead you could possibly get. And it's probably the right time to say goodbye in a year where you got to make tough financial choices. Obviously, they restructured. They wanted him back. He said nunca to that. So it's got to go time. Is Kyle Juszczyk, Larry, a difference maker?
No.
I agree with you. A player that I really like, a player who fits what Kyle wants to do almost perfectly, but Kyle didn't use him enough to be the difference maker that he was supposed to be.
Yeah, he's a really dependable Swiss Army knife that they paid like a star. And, he's a hard guy to replace because hardly anybody uses the fullback anymore. There's a guy in this draft, though, named Isaac Guerendo, who plays for Louisville, who's like 225 pounds, but he runs in the 4.3s. And to me, man, if you could replace Juszczyk with a fullback that you feel like could run really fast and become a dynamic kind of weapon that other teams have to defend in the pass game, I think you can get better. I think you could get quite a bit better as a football team if you could take out a Juice and put in a guy who's maybe 10 pounds lighter but runs in the 4.3s. And that's what Guerendo is. So we'll see. I mean, I'd be really interested in the 4th or 5th round for Isaac Guerendo. He ran 4.37. If you could get a fullback isolated on a linebacker who runs 4.37, a fullback that runs in the 4.3s, that might be a way to make the Juszczyk position incredibly dangerous. So that's one thing to kind of keep in mind. And Guerendo, to me, is the perfect fallback. The other guy that's kind of an interesting fallback, the Notre Dame running back this year, who's a good running back, Audric Estime, is about 230 pounds. But then he went to the combine, Damon. He ran horrible. I mean, I think he ran like high 4.7s or low 4.8s. I mean, he ran like an offensive lineman. He's probably not going to be a running back. He's probably more of a fullback. But Audric Estime is a good football player, and I would take him as a fullback, even at his slowish 40 time. So that's another guy. So there's a couple options in this draft that are interesting. One who can really run, the other who can't, but has some real ability as a runner, as a running back. He's got, Estime was really good at Notre Dame. So if you could get him, in day 3 of the draft and put him at fullback, maybe you got something there.
We just got our biggest headline of the day.
What do you got?
Adam Schefter reporting that Kirk Cousins is going to Atlanta.
Wow.
Kirk Cousins big. With some weapons around him. I don't know. Kirk Cousins isn't it funny that he got to Atlanta? When Kyle Shanahan and Kirk Cousins were always linked to each other, and that's the guy in Atlanta. I don't know. How about this?
I mean, it's an upgrade for Atlanta. It sounds like the Vikings may try to get Trey Lance out of Dallas, and have Lance be the quarterback in Atlanta, or maybe
like that. Where are you getting any of that from?
Well, that was it was out in the ether in the last couple of days that Atlanta may try to make a trade with Dallas for the rights to Trey Lance. So that's where I heard that. I mean, Dallas sounds like they like Trey Lance. They're saying all the right things, but then it came out that maybe Minnesota is going to go after Lance as the future there. So would they go after him with Kirk Cousins there? Maybe. But I'll say this is not a bad spot for Kirk Cousins. One, you have a pretty good offensive line, right? Jake Matthews, Bergeron, Drew Dahlman, Chris Lindstrom, Caleb McGarry. It's a solid offensive line for sure. Then you have some really good weapons. I mean, Bijan running the rock, Tyler Algier running the rock. I mean, they've got a couple good running backs there. Kyle Pitts at tight end, who's a once
Still
upon
trying
a time
to figure that out.
Yeah, but then you got Drake London, you got Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, Austin Mack, Mac Hollins. You've got some decent receivers. They probably could use another receiver, but I mean, Drake London, Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, it's not disastrous with Kyle Pitts. And then on the defensive side of the ball, Grady Jarrett, Onyemata, Ebiketie up front. They need to improve their team going on the rest of that defense, really on all three levels. But they get their defense going and Cousins playing well and maybe one more wide receiver.
How about this?
I could see Atlanta being a factor. I mean, he's got a better chance in that division than he's got in the division he's coming out of.
You just said it, Larry. The biggest value add there is Kirk Cousins is the best quarterback in your division. Whenever you can sign up to be the best quarterback in your division, you should probably take that deal, and he will be with Carolina, New Orleans, and Tampa Bay. With all due respect to Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, and unproven, you should have been C.J. Stroud. I just think that the Atlanta Falcons you can pencil them in as NFC South champions with Kirk Cousins. I don't think you'll be penciling them as champions, but NFC South champions, that's a home playoff game. So,
yeah.
I don't
know. I mean, what is Kirk? I don't know. When you watch Kirk Cousins on the right day, like he did last year against the Niners, he looks like an awesome player. When you see him on the wrong day, you're like, this guy's never going to win a title.
Right, you're like, what's the big deal?
And he just doesn't win big. He hasn't won big games in his career. So that's always makes you kind of wonder, can he do it?
It's kind of a indictment on the kid that they picked up, Ritter.
Yeah, Desmond Ritter, who's not the guy. I mean, Desmond Ritter's not the guy. Michael Stedman says, what do you guys think about getting Darius Robinson out of Missouri or Chop Robinson out of Penn State in the draft and getting DJ Jones and a linebacker in free agency? I love Darius Robinson from Missouri. He's a huge defensive end, very athletic. He was the Practice Player of the Week award winner in Mobile. Chop Robinson, I kind of like the other Penn State defensive end more. Chop Robinson is a great athlete. To me, the two ends that you really want in the draft are Javon Solomon and Mo Kamara, who are probably going to go later than those guys. So, they could go that route. But yeah, I mean, if you gave me Azeez Al-Shaair and DJ Jones and I could be happy with that. Puts a lot of emphasis on the Niners going D tackle, but I think in the draft, but I'll say this, I think when you look at them picking at 31 and go look at those mock drafts, there's gonna be a lot of good D tackles there. A lot of good D tackles. So, Tavondre Sweat from Texas, who's just 360 pounds, totally immovable, kind of a one technique guy. He's going to be there. He's really, really special. I think after watching the combine and watching the college football season, how do you not go for Braden Fisk from Florida State, the Western Michigan transfer? I mean, he had such impressive workouts in Indy, and his production at Florida State was really, really good. So, I mean, those guys, Chris Jenkins from Michigan was on the Bruce Feldman freaks list. I mean, he's as freaky a workout guy as there is at 300 pounds and 6'3". So there's some interesting defensive linemen for sure. Mason Smith from LSU was a 5-star high school recruit, 6'5", 310 pounds. Michael Hall had the pass block win rate or pass rush win rate this year of like 17%, where the league average or the college average for the FBS was like 10. So, I mean, he's really special. There's a bunch of guys. I'm a big Rook Ororo fan from Clemson.
It sounds like you got a speech impediment as you're saying that name, but that's it.
Yeah, and he's really special, man. And then if you like watched him at Indy, it was like, what? I mean, you got to be kidding me. This guy's 295 and working out like this. And they say Ororo is more like a mid-second round pick. So you could definitely get him at 31. And to me, maybe that would be the play. If you said, what's the obvious play in the draft based on what you've seen? I would say the obvious play is to trade back from 31 into the mid 30s and then take Ororo, who's projected to go 45 to 65. Just because when you watched Ororo's film at Clemson, I mean, he's crazy. I mean, he moves incredibly well. He wears number 32. He just looks, he's a premier mover as a rusher against the run. And then you watched him in Indy, and he was just dominating, absolutely dominating.
My question would be, who's your dance partner? Who has to get into the second to last pick of the first round where they'd be willing to leverage future picks for that?
Yeah, I mean,
in order for that to happen, I think you need a quarterback to drop. And I think that the chances of quarterbacks dropping have sort of walked out of the room here, because a lot of mocks had Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the New England Patriots. But now I think the New England Patriots, with the trade of Mac Jones, are absolutely going to be in the quarterback business. And the Minnesota Vikings at 11 just entered the quarterback business. They're going to be interested in who? A Penix, Bo Nix, who could be there at 11. So,
well, the mocks that I'm looking at have Penix and Bo Nix going in the early 40s. So,
I'm sorry,
I've looked at a bunch of different mock drafts. They all say that Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. will be drafted in the 40s. So, if that is indeed the case,
but I think math changes by transactions that have happened this hour. Math has changed.
Yeah, I do expect. I think the 49ers and the teams at the end of the first round are sitting in a really good spot because Penix and Bo Nix might both be there. I mean, I think Caleb's going to go 1. I think May's going to go 2. I think Daniels goes top 10 for sure.
JJ McCarthy flying up draft boards.
JJ McCarthy's probably a top 10 guy too. So you could have 4 guys go in the top 10. But then it's going to be beauty in the eye of the beholder. I mean, I think Penix is really special. But a lot of people don't think, he's also 24. He's had some injuries. He started at Indiana. He got injured there. He had different injuries with Washington.
Let's talk about that, Larry. Let's talk.
He operated behind a great line at Washington too. So there's a lot of people that are very skeptical that he's worth. I mean, even Dave Softy Mahler, who was Mr. Washington Husky, I said, where's he going to go? He's like, he's probably going to go in the second round. So if there are people that believe Michael Penix is a second round pick. I don't. I think he's a first round pick.
I think he's definitely a first round pick. Larry, listen to this. I mean, knowing what we know and what has happened today. By the way, my show on my channel will start whenever we freaking get to it. We're right here. We got a lot to do and wrap up here. And I can't believe the 49ers have still done nothing significant here. And that's kind of what we're waiting on. But just looking at Bears number 1 overall, unless they keep Justin, or if they're trading out, I think they should keep Justin Fields at this point and move and trade the pick for Caleb Williams. But Bears looking quarterback. Commanders could be looking quarterback. Patriots now looking quarterback. Arizona Cardinals, not in the quarterback business. That could be Marvin Harrison Jr. Chargers, not in the quarterback business. So picks 4 and 5 will not be looking quarterback. Then Giants, 100% could be looking quarterback. Titans will not be looking quarterback. But then Falcons, Bears again, Jets, and you can say whatever you want about Aaron Rodgers. They should be thinking quarterback too. Vikings are now in the quarterbacking business. Broncos are in the quarterbacking business. Raiders are in the quarterbacking business. A 2-year deal with Derek Carr, an extension, probably means that the Saints aren't, Colts aren't, Seahawks maybe, Jaguars not, Bengals not, Rams not, Steelers because they picked up Russell Wilson not, Miami Dolphins not, Eagles not, Houston not, Cowboys not, Packers not, Buccaneers re-signed Baker Mayfield. They're out of it. Arizona comes up again. Bills not doing it. Lions not doing it. Ravens not doing it. So if you do, there is a scenario where quarterbacks fall that makes the Niners pick at 31 sexy.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If you draft a guy in the first round, you get that 5th-year option. If you draft the guy in the second round, it's a 4-year deal. So usually with quarterbacks, they want that 1 extra year, especially if they really think the guy can be their franchise quarterback. So I think the teams at the end of the first round, which would be, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, the Niners, and the Chiefs, are all going to be entertaining calls from teams in the top of round 2 that still have a quarterback need and are looking to trade up. And that could be New England. That could be Washington. That could be the Giants. Yeah. So, that could be Minnesota. You just never know. Raiders pick at 44. There's options there. There's options. So, I'm just saying that if you really look at, the 49ers and where they're picking at the end of the first round, they may have some ability to maneuver back if they want.
Another spoke in this wheel that could turn the 49ers way, Larry, is you look at available free agent quarterbacks. I don't know how many of these guys you'd even want to be your bridge at this point. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, Jacoby Brissett, Jameis Winston, Joe Flacco, Josh Dobbs, Sam Darnold, Tyrod Taylor, Drew Lock, Mason Rudolph, Marcus Mariota, Trevor Siemian, Easton Stick. None of these guys are really an answer to get you through the year. So if it were a time to where you were on the edge of, do we like this quarterback or not? Are we ready to suffer through the pain, the growing pains of this rookie quarterback as opposed to Jameis Winston? Like, I'd rather be going through growing pains with Penix than see another down from Jimmy Garoppolo ever again if I were the team trying to choose between those two, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at that free agent market. Okay, so there's Cousins, but he's 35.
And Cousins is done. Cousins is off the board. He's in Atlanta.
Right. Tannehill, he's 35.
No, thank you.
Jacoby Brissett, Tyrod Taylor, backups. I think Mariota's a backup. There's Sam Darnold. I guess the two guys that are kind of interesting to me would be Drew Lock, who he's only 27. I thought played really well against the Niners late in the year when he stepped in for Geno. Then there's Minshew, who does nothing but, win games. And he's only 27. He plays at a pretty high level. I kind of like him. I kind of like what I saw from Flacco, the way he played at 39.
Right, but that's who's gotten into the 39-year-old quarterback business.
Yeah, exactly. So, what are we looking at? Though I think you're looking at, Minshew, Drew Lock, Sam Darnold. That's probably your group there. There's 3 quarterbacks there that are all 27 or younger. I think kind of based on what I've seen going back to the history of the NFL, if you don't make it by 24, not a big deal. If you don't make it by 27, you're probably not going to make it. There aren't too many guys. Steve Young was good with the Niners. It took till 31. But he was probably ready at 27. He just was sitting around waiting for Joe. But he wasn't good in his early days with Tampa.
He was also in unwinnable situations. Joe Montana wouldn't have been good on those Tampa Bay teams. So,
right. So, if you go look at Kurt Warner, he was 28. Sonny Jurgensen, 27. Roger Staubach, Terry Bradshaw. Some of these guys weren't very good till they were 26, 27. But if you get to 27, 28, we got a pretty good idea. Darnold's 26, Locke's 27, Minshew's 27. Those guys might still be something.
We got a big name off the board, Larry. Breaking news. Adam Schefter reporting that former Giants running back Saquon Barkley is a Philadelphia Eagle. 3 years, $37.75 million, could be worth up to $46.75, 26 fully guaranteed at signing. He beat the franchise tag number, which was a maximum of 15.833. It's a very good deal for Saquon Barkley. And if you want a versatile, can be running at you, dangerous combination, Hurts and Barkley.
Minnesota, supposedly it came down to Minnesota and the Eagles battling for Barkley, and they've been battling back and forth for the last 24 hours on different numbers. So he's now going to Philly. So, I mean, Saquon Barkley, when you're getting him healthy and at his best, is a premier guy.
Yeah.
It's funny, though. DeAndre Swift was a guy that Roseman wanted badly last year. He was a Philly guy, and I thought he was pretty good. But we did see Diamador Lenore keyhole him pretty good in the game against the Niners, a game where Philadelphia just didn't really recover and got sent reeling for the year. But yeah, I mean, that's interesting to me. Is that a significant upgrade off of DeAndre Swift? I mean, it's an upgrade, but is it significant?
I don't know if it's significant or not, but Swift is now a Green Bay, or no, where did Swift sign with? Sorry.
Swift is where'd he go?
We had this a minute ago.
I'll tell you in a second here. Swift is going to, who did he go to?
Is it Titans?
I'm looking under.
All right, yeah, I'm scrolling back here too.
I don't see that actually. I don't see that one.
Oh no!
By the way,
Bears. He's going to the Bears. Pardon me.
Bears. Yeah. One other interesting note: the Vikings, according to reports, are eyeing Sam Darnold. So not only are they set to lose Kirk Cousins, they got a 28.5 dead money hit stemming from the void years it used to avoid the void Cousins previously. So Minnesota's set to regroup. It says they're eyeing a Sam Darnold addition. Diana Rossini tweeting it out. The 49ers backup has other suitors on a market filled with bridge-type quarterback options, but it's clear the Vikings are one of them, and they would now present an appealing offer, a chance at a starting role. So if Darnold wants a starting role, hold on, we grab one thing. But if Darnold wants a starting role, it looks like Minnesota, Damon, might be the spot.
It might be. I mean, look at it this way. What are the opportunities? I mean, these things are aggregate. So, yeah, I think that is an opportunity for Sam Darnold to go in there. I would also think that if you're the Vikings and you're getting into the Sam Darnold business, you are not banking on Sam Darnold to be the end-all, be-all of anything. You still, even adding Sam Darnold, could be looking quarterback in this draft. I think you would almost have to be. Sam Darnold is, I mean, I when he got his start in week 18, it just wasn't that impressive. So I don't think that is I don't think that's a big move at all, really. I don't. Larry, we'll wait for Larry to put his headset back in. So let's say you sign Sam Darnold and you're the Vikings, and that is a good landing spot. I mean, if you're looking for an opportunity to compete for a starting quarterbacking job, the Minnesota Vikings are that right now. But the Vikings are absolutely going to be in the Sam Darnold and either drafting or signing someone else business. They have to be. You cannot go into a year with Sam Darnold, and good luck with that. So.
Well, that's where I think Trey Lance comes into the mix. It might be the Sam Darnold, Trey Lance mix there. You got a young guy who, has some upside, and you get Darnold.
I'm just going with Trey Lance. I'd rather see what he's got than figure out whatever Sam Darnold has left when Darnold never even showed you. I mean,
I kind of agree, but there's so much unknown about Lance, and teams don't like to give away whole seasons like that. I mean, what if you get to camp and Lance is just not the guy? And then now it's like, I mean, I'm not a big believer in Sam Darnold. I never have been. But Sam Darnold, when you look at the names that we listed in that free agent market, sounds pretty attractive by comparison, does he not?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think
Marcus Mariota.
I think I'd rather have a flyer year with Jameis Winston than Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, there aren't that many guys out there, and Darnold did. I mean, would you say he was impressive with the Niners? I don't think so.
I don't think he spent a singular minute with the Niners with the word impressive hanging over him. He wasn't bad. He wasn't get rid of this bum, but we didn't see enough. I mean, he carried a clipboard until he was asked to play, and when he played, it was like a meh.
Yeah, I'm not a Sam Darnold guy. I mean, he's a decent guy. He was always nice to me. I did some good interviews with him in the locker room, and he was always really solid. But there's something about Darnold that makes you go, well, wait a second, what's going on there? You know what I mean? It's like he just is like a little bit off, just a little bit off. Like,
right.
A
little bit too ahead, little bit too behind. Never worked.
Yeah. Little bit, where you watch Purdy and you're like, hey, the ball came out, Purdy plays on time and the ball comes out with accuracy. It's like Darnold doesn't really play on time consistently, and the ball comes out sort of with some good spin on it, but is it accurate? It's like it's not as accurate.
By the way, I've moved back to start time to now 12:30 of the Damon Bruce Show. We're staying right here. We're waiting for the 49ers to do something. We have another update of something happening. The Green Bay Packers are losing guard John Runyon Jr. He is now a New York Giant on a 3-year, $30 million deal. Runyon started 50 games over his 4 years with the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers have lost John Runyon Jr. and David Bakhtiari this morning, which means they are 100% in that offensive line business first round this year, right?
Well, it appears so. That's for sure. They were number 2 in offensive line win rate, pass block win rate, and so they don't really pay their guys in free agency. They let them walk away. Historically, they let their guys walk. So they believe, Gutekunst believes in building through the draft, and he doesn't throw big money to his guys. So, this is interesting. Patriots have also signed running back Antonio Gibson. I think that's a good move by the Patriots. I mean, Gibson is a dual threat runner who can really catch the ball out of the backfield. And, they had a nice little thing going in Washington with Gibson as the receiver and the Alabama kid as the runner. Now the Patriots get a little bit of a safety valve as a receiver in Antonio Gibson, who's one of the real good receivers out there at running back. So,
hey, make running backs matter again. Gibson to the Patriots, Barkley to the Eagles, Josh Jacobs is now a Green Bay Packer, which is maybe one of the more surprising headlines of the entire day. DeAndre Swift with the Bears, Tony Pollard with the Titans. And all I'm saying is that the Dallas Cowboys do not have an NFL caliber running back as of right now. They don't. So they're going to have to be in the running back business.
No doubt. I mean, Dallas is going to be majorly in the running back business. It's to me that, I mean, they needed a running back even if they had Pollard. For them to not have Pollard, now I think they're a major player in the running back game in the in the draft. I would think.
Well, Bronson's came up with something that isn't about. Austin Eckler could be an option for Dallas. But if you are Jim Harbaugh, why'd you take that Chargers job and think, yeah, my first order of business is going to be getting rid of Austin Eckler?
Yeah, that's a little dubious. That's the other one. It's like, what's Harbaugh gonna do?
And here's Larry. Let's say you do, as the Dallas Cowboys, end up with a guy like Derrick Henry. I love Derrick Henry. He's the king, and we all know how good he's been. But that guy has got serious mileage on him, and he is not exactly explosive anymore. Like, the Derrick Henry career is going to go like this. Boom. He is going to fall off when he falls off. He is given at the office. So,
yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I mean, how many more years does Henry really have? He runs totally upright. He takes tons of hits.
You're not explosive. I mean, that's the thing. Pollard was their explosive back, which is why Ezekiel Elliott became expendable. And now they have no explosive back. If they add Derrick Henry, they get big back, they get workhorse, but do they get explosive? No.
No. Man, the Niners, by comparison, have running back riches. J.P. Mason, Mitchell, and Juice. And CMC
from McCaffrey.
You got a lot. They got a lot there. I mean, the Niners do have. Cardinals have signed Sean Murphy Bunting, so the veteran corner goes to the Cardinals. That's a pretty good get.
That is good.
Cardinals. He's a good player.
Yeah,
I thought 49ers might take a look at Sean Murphy Bunting, who's three names, but hell of a player. Really a good player. Liked him in college, and he's been solid in the pros. I mean, I think he's been a real good player for the Buccaneers, and now he goes to Arizona. So, we're still waiting on the Niners on something big, but you do get the sense that moving off of Armstead and maybe moving off of Juice, that they could be planning a big addition.
Compensation update. The Falcons are giving quarterback Kirk Cousins a 4-year, $180 million deal, including $100 million guaranteed. 45 mil per average for Kirk Cousins now in Atlanta. I don't know if there's ever been a player in football history who's had more guaranteed money offered to them than Kirk Cousins. Like, with this second contract now, has he overtaken Deshaun in Cleveland?
I mean, Kirk Cousins doesn't win big games.
No.
I mean, if he does, show me the big games that he wins.
His record in prime time was awful, and big games are played in prime time, right?
Just also the last year in that quarterback series, and all that whining when he was taking the hits, and it's like, well, wait a second. Okay, so now we have a RSF 49ers report here. Now, I don't know if this is legit.
What do you got?
Wait a second. Let me just double check.
What do you got, Larry? Before you say it, what do you got?
Well, we got something significant here, if this is real. Let me see here. Hold on. Everybody just wait. Why
don't you just tell us, with the caveat that we are not confirming this, but it is just speculation.
Well, okay, so RSF 49ers. Now, I'm not seeing it on his regular feed, so wait a second here. Wait a second.
Don't get Triple P Rappaported on the. Don't pull a Kolsky. Poor Matt Kolsky catching straight. Totally
no, poor Kolsky. He's like moved to Chicago for cheaper rent and the whole thing.
Right.
All right. Former Vikings outside linebacker Danielle Hunter is signing with the Niners on a 2-year, $32 million deal per Adam Schefter. But let me just double check.
All right. So I am looking at Adam Schefter right now. Don't see it on Adam Schefter's page. Adam Schefter has not tweeted such a thing, and that usually happens.
So I'm getting this from my good friend Nicotina, but he does show me. I mean, I know.
Nicotina's never stirred you wrong in the past. Is that what you're saying?
Well, RSF 49ers, which is Raj, my man Raj, who's got a huge following, Damon. This guy has built he's got 77,000 followers on Twitter. He's got over 10,000 subs on YouTube. He's got 258,000 subs on IG. He's pretty legit, and he's got this down that Schefter has said that Danielle Hunter is signing with the Niners 2 years, $32 million.
All right. Well, don't you think that Adam Schefter would have said that if Adam Schefter was reporting that?
You would think so. You would think so. But this is Raj. This is my man, Raj, with RSF 49ers, who's been pretty reliable. But let me see. I mean, Raj doesn't usually get duped. Is it possible that the great Raj could have been duped?
I am on the official Adam Schefter ESPN NFL Insider Twitter page, and there ain't nothing about any activity from the 49ers.
Oh, wait. Now this post has been deleted.
Okay.
So there we go.
Hey, Larry, quit getting Kolski'd, would you?
I'm getting Kolski'd.
Poor
Wait a
man.
second. The Niners were trending immediately.
Nothing. I'm looking.
So this is what we have that we know for sure on the Niners. Okay.
Here's what we know for
this
sure.
Is what we know for sure.
Super Bowl.
This is what we know for sure. They lost the Super Bowl. Damon and I stayed in Vegas, courtesy of Ike. The Niners are trying to get Kyle Juszczyk to agree on a pay cut from his 2024 base salary. They are moving on from Eric Armstead. We don't know exactly how, but they are. They have re-signed, Brandon Allen. They're meeting with free agent safety Rayshon Jenkins. They restructured Fred Warner's contract up to $10 million in savings on the cap.
That's the biggest piece of news of the 49ers offseason so far, if you ask me.
ML Football, who has 162.3 thousand followers, says breaking. Pro Bowl pass rusher Danielle Hunter will not return to the Vikings after their moves today. He goes on to say the 49ers have been strongly linked to Danielle Hunter in recent days. But we have no confirmation of Danielle Hunter.
Look, by the way, I'm not trying to take shots at anybody, but what does it say, Larry, that the last place you go for any 49ers breaking news is like anyone who covers the 49ers?
I know, seriously.
I mean, Mayoko, Cam Inman, Matt Barrows,
even yours truly. We don't get the inside. We don't get the inside dope, the inside skinny.
Larry Krueger, guy's a bum, lazy,
lazy.
You're lazy, Larry.
We got Diana Rossini saying the Vikings are going after Sam Darnold.
It's very exciting.
That is very exciting. So there you go. And the Vikings are signing. The Vikings are signing Andrew Van Ginkel. Do you know the special moment that Andrew Van Ginkel impacted the Niners?
I'm sorry. Who is he with?
He's now with Minnesota. He has agreed to a 2-year, $20 million deal.
Who was he?
He was a Dolphin.
So did he hurt Garoppolo?
He did. He put his knee into Garoppolo's ankle, which fractured the ankle, which led to Purdy, which led to the Niners being much better.
So do you think he should get the Len Eshmont?
Purdy did get it. You're saying maybe a side Eshmont, a little baby Eshmont next to Van Ginkel.
Van Ginkel, I'm not saying you were ever an important Niner, but you made one of the most important plays in the history of the San Francisco 49ers. You are whatever happened to Wally Pipp to make sure Lou Gehrig finally got in that lineup. So
Would Purdy have ever gotten in there, or would we still be looking at Garoppolo?
You know what? Honestly, the answer is yes, right? I mean, haven't we heard enough from Kyle Shanahan about what he thought about Brock Purdy very, very early on in the horse race to assume that eventually Purdy was going to get handed the reins? It was just so much easier to do with injury. But it feels like it was coming in Kyle's mind anyways, based on the stories relayed to us Super Bowl week by Jed York.
Jedi summing this whole morning up by my butt cheeks are clenched. There you
Whose
go.
aren't?
True Blue for Eva forever says never go full Kolsky.
Poor Kolsky. He just deserved better.
Kolsky. Al Felipe says, Damon, you can start your show now.
Here's the thing. If you want Daniil Hunter, Larry, let's you and I end this show. And the minute we end this show, that news will break. Like the minute you and I decide to wrap this up, we're going to find out that the 49ers have traded for Patrick Mahomes. You know?
I know. Dale is throwing your same Ari Meyerov, that he's 2 years, $32 million. $16 million a year would be a lot of scratch for sure for Hunter. But you know what? I do like I said this the other day. I like the idea of going after Burns or Hunter or Bosa or a veteran, because I see the draft, the NFL draft in April as much deeper for the defensive tackles and the defensive ends. It's going to be very difficult to get a top tier defensive end.
By the way, Dale makes the right, let's bring this up too. You think Hunter's getting a 2-year deal? There's just no way. He's signing for more than that. He's not moving on to take a 2-year deal anywhere.
I don't know. I wish I could say for sure, or, say yes or no on that. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. We got this one from Chudley 716. Breaking. Larry's getting Kolskied.
Matt, again, if you're watching, I'm so sorry that you were dragged into this unnecessarily. You deserve
Long Shuey 89. Larry, you're lazy. You're fucking lazy, boy. I love you, boy, but you're effing lazy.
Look at you only coming to work at 4:45 a.m. Lazy.
Yeah, seriously. Someone says, what's going on with Lynch and Shanahan? It's amazing. People are just, it's not the action. This is just the tampering, the non-tampering deal. Chudley says, breaking, Larry is reading lousy sources. I was going with Raj. I mean, Raj is a player, and he crushes a lot. So I come on. I did not think that Raj would get taken.
Again, look out for those extra P's in your Rappaports before you're going big with news. Just look
exactly.
out.
Do not over Rappaport. You don't want to underreport, but you don't want to over Rappaport.
I see what you did there.
You see what I said? See what I did there? We got this one from the Shaw. He says Hunter and Burns. Ooh. Wouldn't that be something?
Well, that's goodbye, Brandon Aiyuk City right there.
We got this one. E. Hall breaking. 49ers signing Damon and Larry as starting offensive line for the 2024 season. Take
the under. Whatever that season total is, take the under. It's not going to work out well for the Niners.
Brock Purdy just retired.
Christian McCaffrey, 800-yard runner. Tops.
Eric Hernandez, is this show going 12 hours waiting?
We are.
By
the way, this is now good afternoon. It's not wake up with Damon and Larry. It's good afternoon with Damon and Larry.
Let's wake the fuck up. If you're not up by now, I mean, seriously, you're like a junior at Sac State taking communications. I mean, there's got to be, if you're not up by noon, It's like if you sleep until 9, okay.
It's fine.
You sleep until 10, okay. You start sleeping into 11 or 12. That's bad.
The only way you can get away with sleep, like a consistent 11 a.m. wake up time in college, is if you're shutting down the bars, and that's your new reputation. You're Mr. Night Owl. You can be a day walker if you're Mr. Night Owl. That's it. So I need big things out of you at the bar the night before if you're going to be Johnny 11 a.m. for breakfast.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, how late is too late to sleep in? The Giants have signed John Runyon Jr. You already kind of made that announcement, but Runyon's going to the New York Giants. They badly need to improve their offensive line. My God. They had a really bad offensive line this year. Yeah, I do think it sounds like the Danielle Hunter thing has the most legs to the Niners. Now, can they get it done? I don't know. But doesn't it seem like of all the things, if there's anything that could be lined up for them? Jaguars have signed Darnell Savage, by the way.
Okay. It's not Niners news, but what I was expecting about Kirk Cousins' contract is kind of being brought to bear here by Adam Schefter. Kirk Cousins has made over $230 million in career earnings from his time in Washington and Minnesota alone. He now signs a 4-year, $180 million deal with $100 million guaranteed. Should Cousins play out all 4 years in Atlanta, his career earnings will surpass $400 million.
Wow. He's made so much money
for a guy who's done. Yeah, he's never won a big game. Kirk Cousins hasn't won a big game since he was in East Lansing.
Yeah, he's good, but it's like, and then he's had some amazing games. Let's be honest. He's had some amazing games.
Statistically impressive games for sure. I watched that. What was it? The Netflix series about the quarterbacks, and
right.
He just look at it this way. Boy, does he come across as goody two shoes for Atlanta.
He's a good dude, but can you win the Super Bowl with him? That's the question. That's why it's always kind of been kind of like, really Shanahan and Lynch, you didn't scout Mahomes or Watson the first year because you knew you had Kirk Cousins coming, and then you couldn't even wait for Kirk Cousins to get there, and you made the trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know. It seems like in hindsight, very, very bad decision.
Any surprises here so far this morning? I don't really think so. I guess Kirk Cousins to Atlanta at that price is a big surprise. David Bakhtiari being told thanks for the memories in Green Bay feels like a big surprise. But then when you see his recent injury history and his $40 million cap hit, it becomes less of a surprise. Eric Armstead, with all due respect, not much of a surprise. You and I had been, poking around him being a cap casualty. They did try to restructure, weren't able to get. I guess the surprise there is Eric Armstead not agreeing to a restructure. That's the surprise, because Eric Armstead on the open market fetches what? Do you think he's a $17 million a year player somewhere?
No.
So that's what the Niners were going to restructure to get him down to about 17. So, unless he can show up in another place with a bigger guaranteed dollar amount spread over the years, I'm surprised Eric Armstead didn't take a little bit of a hometown discount to stick around.
I know. Makes you wonder if there was some kind of bad vibes there, but it sounds like maybe, he was one of the leaders in the room. Maybe they just felt like, they felt like they had to get younger and more dynamic at that spot, and they couldn't do it with him. I'll say this. I do not fault the 49ers for telling Juszczyk or Armstead, take less. I think those are the right guys to tell to take less. I don't have a problem with the Niners telling those guys, hey man, you need to take less.
Oh, here we go. So
I thought they were both overrated.
Maybe the biggest surprise is now wrapped up into what we now know about Josh Jacobs leaving the Raiders to go to the Packers. We right away said, what does this mean for Aaron Jones? The Green Bay Packers are releasing running back Aaron Jones after the two sides couldn't reach an agreement on that deal. Now, honestly,
that's surprising.
So is like if you're the Philadelphia Eagles and you just gave that deal, again, no pen has touched paper. Do you want Saquon Barkley at that price when Aaron Jones becomes available not even a half an hour later?
I know, he's a tremendous receiver.
And by the way,
he looked really good at the end of the year.
The Dallas Cowboys should be sending the Concord for Aaron Jones, right? Get him
Absolutely.
to Dallas as fast as possible.
Especially after the way he carved them up in the playoffs.
Wow. I mean, here's the thing. The argument could also be made that Aaron Jones is even better than Josh Jacobs.
Do you like let me ask you, the Niner fans, this, and I'll ask you this as well, Damon. Do you like that the Niners appear to be showing, last year they jumped right in on Javon Hargrave. This year they're taking, it seems like, a more patient kind of view of the free agent world. Do you like impatient Niners or patient Niners more in free agency? This year I kind of like the patience because I think you've got some deals there to be had. But I don't think it's necessarily in their best interest to just, if there was a super special player, and I think that player was Christian Wilkins, then exceed your budget and go make it happen. But without that kind of a player, I'd rather see them be a little bit more prudent and a little bit more measured and a little bit more, taking a little bit more time. How do you see their inactivity thus far?
How about this? It hasn't cost them yet. It hasn't cost them a bullseye X marks the spot player beyond Wilkins, who both you and I were high on. No negative ramifications for playing this slowly. Not yet, anyways. Not yet. So it hasn't hurt the Niners. I don't think that being the first. How about this? If you make the right choice, does anyone care when it happens? If it fits and you know it to be a good signing, do you care that it happened a minute after you were able to announce these things and start talking about them, or 2 hours or 3 hours, in this case, nearly 4 hours? Larry, we are approaching 4 hours here, by the way. That is, what's your record for longest stream on record?
Ooh, when Kapler got shit canned, I was so joyous that I think I might have gone on for 6 hours.
Wow, I didn't think that was going to stem from a baseball topic. You really did not like Gabe Kapler.
Oh, I really couldn't stand Kapler. You were on that show. I mean, I think what happened that day is that, like, I got you on, but then you got off, but then I got Ned Coletti on. And then I got Ned Coletti leaving. And then I had Marty Lurie on. And it's like, so it was like once, and they were all spread out. Like, you guys were all on for at least an hour plus, but none of you were on together. So I think that's kind of what happened there. But yeah, there was so much joy with Kapler and his stupid hand tattoo and his, his bogus everything everything about Gabe Kapler was phony. So I just really loved the fact that he was out. And I'm enjoying the Giants more. I watched the Giants yesterday in spring training. I'm enjoying Giants baseball more without Kapler's presence. It feels more like real baseball again. Before, it just always felt kind of like he just is this weirdo guy with this kind of weird vibe about him. And, he's just like, when he likes you, you could ask him anything and he would tell you, that's a great question. When he doesn't like you, you could literally also ask him anything and he would try to embarrass you or bully you or try to make it seem like you was a stupid question. So he's just kind of a bullshit guy. So I'm just kind of glad that bullshit guy is out of there. And Melvin and Matt Williams and, the Giants with so many more kind of ex-players on this staff compared to what they had on the Farhan or on the Kapler staff. I'm enjoying this year a lot more, just the overall presentation.
Oh, we do have a little breaking news from Copenhagen Interpretation on the chat. He's breaking the news that Jerome Hargrave has a $900 million 22-year deal with $899 million guaranteed. So there, boy, the Niners got caught on that.
Jerome Hargrave.
Making up
that was the ridiculous name that was thrown out by I don't watch any sports anymore. Shannon Sharp. He was talking big about the Niners one day. He's like, yeah, and I'll tell you, Jerome Hargrave. All right. It's like, excuse me, bro. I guess
you can watch less football.
No, it was Jerome Hargrove. That's what it was.
It was Jerome Kinlaw.
He screwed up the first name and the second name. Jerome Hargrove was who Shannon was talking about instead of Javon Hargrave. All right, we had some fun with that.
Again, when you do an interview with Cat Williams that gets like 7 million looks in the first 24 hours, you can start getting sloppy with your football coverage, I guess. The biggest joke of all right now on television is Stephen A. Smith. He is easily the biggest joke of all. He thinks that he needs to talk about everything. He doesn't even really know anything besides the NBA with any certainty. So it's like, if he starts talking football, he's usually making mistakes. If he's talking baseball, he's making mistakes. If he starts talking politically and socially, he's a train wreck. Literally the guy is only good talking about the NBA. And yet his ego is so huge at this point that he thinks that like the world needs his breakdown on everything. And it's so funny to watch because it's like he's just totally doesn't know what he's talking about anything. Larry, I've made the executive decision to push back the start of the Damon Bruce show now to 1:00. I want to go to uncharted territory with you. I feel like we've come this far. We need to go all the way through the looking glass. Maybe we should just stay on the air all day.
An all day mother? We could do that. We haven't done an all day deal in a long time.
I think that you're allowed to stream for 12 consecutive hours before YouTube even starts cutting your cord.
Really? There's 3,300 people in the room right now, so that's pretty good.
I would
say that, between my channel, your channel, our YouTube pages, there's quite a few people watching this extravaganza.
What's also goofy is the amount of what we got going on just in terms of people watching on Twitter.
Yeah, it's because Twitter's numbers are a little screwed up right now. If anybody stops by Twitter and watches for a minute, it says that they're watching on Twitter, but in reality, many of them transition over to YouTube. And please do. If you're one of the 2,000 people potentially watching on Twitter on either Damon's channel or my channel, please join us over here on YouTube.
Feels like a good time to ask everyone to like or subscribe. Let's look at it this way. I'm 26 subscribers away from 17,600. That would be a nice way to wrap up a little free agency. And we got a little more news to share. The latest from Adam Schefter. Former Raiders free agent D tackle Belial
Nichols. Yeah.
Has reached an agreement on a 3-year, $21 million deal that includes a $14.4 million guarantee with your Arizona Cardinals. So he's coming to the NFC West.
He's a good player, too. He's really solid against the run. Belial Nichols played at small school coming out. And, Bears, Raiders, he's a little bit better than you think, kind of a player. So good move. Good move there. Herbie Holland says Kirk Cousins is a richer Jeff George, period. All right. We got this one from Dale. He says, Mike Onwenu, still an option. Let's effing go. Free agent, baby, all day. Mike Onwenu, which is the Patriots offensive lineman. That would be an interesting name. There are not a lot. I'm hoping for Nick Allegretti because I'm a Nick Allegretti guy myself.
How would you feel about Jonah Williams or Trent Brown?
Well, Jonah Williams is signed.
Did he resign? Pardon me.
No, he didn't re-sign with Detroit, but he went somewhere.
Wasn't he with Cincinnati?
Trent Brown would be a great signing. I mean, Trent Brown is a huge tackle. He can play right tackle. I think that would be nice. The Niners, the only thing that we have on the Niners is that Sam Darnold is talking to Minnesota. The Niners have released Eric Armstead, and it sounds like they may be on the verge of releasing Kyle Juszczyk if he doesn't renegotiate his deal. The 49ers, according to a report, have been named as a team to watch in free agency for veteran linebacker Levante David. Also, former Jags safety Rashawn Jenkins, who's a very hard hitter at University of Miami, is visiting the Niners. So that's really all we have on the Niner front. They're visiting with Rashawn Jenkins. There's talk that they're interested in Levante David and maybe Azeez Al-Shaair. And it sounds like Danielle Hunter is there, at least in the mix for Danielle Hunter. And there's been suggestions that they may be in the mix for DJ Jones. So we shall see.
Look at it this
way. Thus far, nothing to report on yet.
If this day ended with Danielle Hunter and DJ Jones, this would have been a very good day for the 49ers in free agency.
No doubt. No doubt. And it sounds like they're moving on. I didn't think Darnold and Allen would be back. I thought Allen would be back and Darnold would move on. And it sounds like, I'm guessing right there, that it sounds like Darnold's on the way out the door. Also, the Vikings have signed Houston linebacker Blake Cashman to a deal. So he leaves D'Amico's defense for Minnesota. Cashman, really underrated player.
Overrated general manager.
Really good player, though. He's coming back to Minnesota on a 3-year deal for $25.5 million. They brought him in as a special teamer in Houston, and he became a defensive regular on a team that went to the playoffs. And there were a lot of people expecting him to generate a big-time market, and sure enough, he kind of did. So 3 years, $25.5 million for Blake Cashman to jump back to the NFC.
By the way, the Carolina Panthers have an awful lot of cap room, and they just spent quite a bit of it on Robert Hunt, who was a guard with the Miami Dolphins just last year. He gets a 5-year, $100 million deal, 63 guaranteed. And Ari Mirov has talked about the Dolphins offseason. The Dolphins have lost Christian Wilkins, Robert Hunt, Xavier Howard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Brandon Jones, Jerome Baker, Emmanuel Agba, and Keon Croson. So the Dolphins are going to look like a much different football team next year.
Yeah. And yet they let Christian Wilkins get out of there. So they lost Christian Wilkins. They moved on from Xavier Howard. Aren't they moving on from Jalen Ramsey as well? So it's like, I don't know. Some of these teams, you're going to have to kind of reshuffle the tiers and then like take a look at their depth chart again and make a decision. Are they better? Are they worse? That's the one thing that I like about the way the Niners have handled free agency is that they don't make a bunch of additions and a bunch of subtractions. They let most of their guys go. They take the compensatory selections, sign one premier guy, maybe one or two guys total, and they take all those comp picks and they keep their roster young. So it's kind of hard to evaluate, exactly. Most years at this point in free agency, you'd look up and say, oh, man, the Niners have been disappointing because they don't make a lot of additions. Oh, here we go. The Falcons have just signed Charlie Warner. So Charlie Warner, who's, went to Georgia, so probably has a lot of family in the state of Georgia, is opting to go back to the state of Georgia. It's a 3-year deal worth $12 million. Zach Klein first reported Atlanta's interest. So Charlie Warner's walking away. So this just goes right down the line of what the Niners have done in the past, Damon. It really does. This is what they do. They let you walk in free agency, and then they go replace you in the draft somehow, some way. The Niner free agents on offense: Chris Conley, Ray McLeod, John Feliciano, Matt Pryor, Charlie Warner, Ross Dwelly, Sam Darnold, Brandon Allen. They've now re-signed Brandon Allen. They re-signed Colton McKivitz, or extended Colton McKivitz. And it sounds like maybe Feliciano could be coming back, but they're going to let Warner walk. And Ross Dwelly's also a free agent tight end. So, I mean, I can see almost all these guys walking away.
For that dollar amount, Larry, it's a goodbye dollar amount. And go play with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta if you want to. But I thought that Charlie Warner, go back and watch film, especially late in the year. That dude had Christian McCaffrey popping 16-yard runs instead of 8-yard runs an awful lot. I thought Charlie Warner was a very, very good run blocking tight end, and just knew enough about Shanahan's system to be really dangerous in it, even though, look at it this way too. Atlanta must be thinking that this is much better than just a blocking tight end to pay him like that.
Yeah,
with Kyle Pitts, so what are they running, just 2 tight end sets now?
I know it's a bizarre signing. 3 years, $12 million, $4 million a year for Charlie Warner. You can do better than that. Warner is a nice try-hard blocker who keeps those legs driving, but the guy catches 3 passes a year.
Right.
So he's not really a receiver. So there's all kinds of it's like we talk about in baseball, platoon players. There's all kinds of guys who can play a role, but they can't play a full-time role. And Charlie Warner's one of those guys. He's not a receiver. He's just a run blocker. Dwelly's the opposite. He's not a run blocker. He's just a receiver.
What'd you have for dinner last night? You've been verping all show. What is sitting upset in your stomach, Larry?
I don't know. Maybe I had some soda. I think I had some soda earlier.
And is it bubbles indigestion?
Yeah, it's a lot of bubbles.
All right. I'm pushing my show back to 1:30. I want to go to an uncharted territory over here. Let's go nuts. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. By the way, thank you very much to my man Ike. Want to thank our sponsors of our individual channels. We'll wrap them all up right here. Thanks so much to Ike for being an incredible sponsor of the Damon Brew Show here on the Palouse. Get yourself an Ike sandwich. It used to be wake up with Damon and Larry. Now it's go get yourself a sandwich with Damon and Larry. Go to Ike's. Or if you're in the mood for barbecue, look how I just teed that up for you.
Look at you. Hit Pig in a Pickle. Pig in a Pickle, the best barbecue in all of Northern California. Emeryville and Corte Madera. They're open 7 days a week from 11 a.m. till 8 p.m. or until they run out. Pig in a Pickle, the best barbecue you're going to find. We're also brought to you by Marin Auto Glass, marinautoglass.com. If you need a new windshield, Marin Auto Glass is the place to be. We're also brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. Check the link in the description. Use that promo code KRUG, K-R-U-E-G, and they'll match you up to your first $100. And last but certainly not least, Sharp Corners Sports Cards and Collectibles. They're at 205 Cypress Avenue in Pacific Grove. Call Anthony Catania. He's at 831-521-5264. And thanks to all of our sponsors for sponsoring the Krug Show. The link is in the description to the show for all of our sponsors. And if you want to support the channel, my channel, Damon's channel, one of the fastest ways to show us your support is to shop our sponsors. So please do.
There you go. take care of those who are taking care of us. What do we got here? Rock Eastwood, who is a very, very good audience member and someone who appears and shows up and chats on my channel all the time, says, fuck the Damon Bruce show. Stay here. I think we're gonna. We are drifting into just canceling today's Damon Bruce show so we can stay here.
There's 4,000 people in the room. We might as well hang.
You don't walk away from a hit, Larry.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of knew this day was going to be like this, right? Because it's kind of coming in dribs and drabs. We don't know if the Niners are on the verge of doing something major or not, but we are seeing lots of news around the NFL. And this is kind of the thing that MLB needs, that MLB doesn't have. They don't have this kind of, the NBA and the NFL have figured out a way to make sure everybody gets paid, and they have kind of a condensed, highly aggressive, media dominant signing period. Baseball can't figure out a way to get it going. So there you go. You know, I mean, what can we say?
Look, baseball has never mattered less in the pecking order of sports supremacy, and football could not matter more, even if it wanted to or tried to. It is the centerpiece of the entire American sports universe, and there's no other celestial body even in the running. The football is the sun that NFL football is the sun that lights and heats the earth. That's how important it is to the world.
Wait a second. We have a request, Damon. Words of Wisdom says, Damon, can we please get some Ralph Barbieri on this free agent day thoughts? There you
Look,
go.
I've put more toppings on an Amici's pizza. I've put more bags of luggage into the trunk in the Miata than the 49ers have added players today. Maybe it's time to get going. Like, I appreciate patience as much as the last guy, but this is a level of patience that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think Tommy agrees with it. I don't think Tate agrees with it. I think Tony Salvador is very happy with the way that this free agency is going at all. So, I mean, it's time to do something. You got to do something. It's like a bowl of minestrone soup. You got to look at the whole thing, and you got to say, what am I going to put on my spoon in this bite? You got to do something. You just can't be drinking water.
Tommy, I believe in John Lynch. He's a Renaissance man. I'm a Renaissance man. I mean, we're both very conversant in many, many topics. And, I told Ted Robinson, I've got great perspicacity, and I can get people on my show that show that I've got perspicaciousness, and I've got great perspicacity. I've always said that. And yet, we can't really get anybody who's like an NFL expert on here. So Tom and me and Tate and others can enjoy our Amicis. I really hope the Niners do something. Don't get left out. Come on, John Lynch. There's no fun in that. I used to be a cheerleader at USF. I'm all about fun. I love fun. I've always said that. I've said that.
By the way, people are going to think that this is us wrapping up the show. It's not happening. It's not happening. We're not wrapping anything up here. We got more coming up. This is, we're waiting for the 49ers to do something. Here's the thing, Larry, why don't you call the 49ers? Like, say you got to go check the printer. Go and call the 49ers and be like, are you going to do anything today? What are we doing? Are we slow playing this?
Hey, PR department, what the heck? What's going on? Where are you guys? Just like that. just drop the...
Do something.
Where are you guys? Are you guys going to do something? Do something, Damon. I've always said that, I'd rather do something than do nothing. I've always said that. I really believe it. It's a philosophy. I told Coach Harbaugh, and now I tell Coach Peterson. It's important for our fans that we do something. And maybe Mac Jones isn't the answer as the backup quarterback. Give it time. But it's my way of being able to, wiggle out of any responsibility for drafting Trevor Lawrence, is just have another guy sitting right there who's had major injuries. That's really always been my plan. You know what I'm saying, Damon Lowry? You guys have a plan. When you guys start a show, you guys have a plan. When I free agent market. I like to have a plan. You know what I'm saying?
Our plan today was to cover a big splashy 49er move here right at 9 a.m. when the free agent negotiating period began. Anything but that has happened. It is now 12:38 in the afternoon. And I mean, Larry, the biggest surprise today is Christian Wilkins' 4-year, $110 million deal to the Raiders. I think the Raiders are also involved in another big surprise today. They're no longer home of Josh Jacobs. That is now the Green Bay Packers, who are cutting Adam Jones, who is a hell of a player, or Aaron Jones, excuse me. Did I have that right? Did I get that right?
Aaron Jones. Yep.
And another $100 million guaranteed contract for Kirk Cousins, who gets traded to Atlanta, which closes the door on Justin Fields maybe being traded to Atlanta, which is not exactly the plan that the Bears were concocting. I mean, there is no real landing spot right now for Justin Fields. What do you think is the biggest surprise of the day? The biggest news of the day so far is what?
Well, I kind of thought Christian Wilkins was a little bit more of a competitor and would try to find his way to a better team and get money and get paid. You know, the fact that he took the biggest bag probably from the Raiders to go lose there kind of makes me wonder, you know, I mean, and the bottom line is there's only, you know, you only have so much time to make big money in the NFL. But usually if you haven't won, you want to win. If you have won, then it's about, okay, let's make some good money. When you haven't won and you go sign for the big bag just so you can, you know, get paid, I don't know. To me, I have more respect for the guys who, you know, try to go somewhere where they can win and then make the money. Or if you've already won, like a Nick Allegretti, then go to get the bag. But, you know, I'd love for all these guys to be more about the W than just about the big bag. But Christian Wilkins took, you know, the Raiders' money, and now he's on a line, you know, in the desert with, you know, Max Crosby, and maybe it will all work out for him. Maybe they'll wind up getting, you know, having success there on the field. But I would say that was a little bit of a surprise. The other surprise, you know, Green Bay, who's already had Aaron Jones, and they had some nice young backs. I mean, I kind of like the guy Wilson they have, who was a backup back. They get all in on the Raiders running back. That was a surprise. I think that was a surprise to me. That you know, that you saw him go there. I'm a little surprised the Eagles made such a big play for Saquon Barkley.
And Robert Hunt is now making $100 million from the Panthers. They're paying guards $100 million.
He's strong, but I mean, his movement ability is just okay. There's nothing about his movement ability that says, yeah, oh God, you got to have this guy. He's just a gigantic, strong guard. So, you know, to me, that was a little bit of a surprise. It's a little bit of a surprise that that the Falcons, you know, did not make the move for Fields, but did make the move for Cousins. You know, it seemed like Fields feeds their timeline. It's like, is their timeline now different because Arthur Blank is up in age? Is that what this is about? You know, if Arthur Blank had been 10 years younger, would they have gone for, you know, Justin Fields instead of Kirk Cousins? I don't know, but that one I thought was kind of interesting because I think Kirk Cousins needed to go to a place where they're ready to win right now. And I see Atlanta as being like in year 2 of like a 3-year rebuild. They're still like a year away.
But at the same time, their own division, that NFC South, is the single most up for grabs winnable division in football, like every year. Every year, you just got to wait for the Saints to step on their own dicks somehow, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to be a disappointment, And that's really it. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's, by the way, Jason PDSI says, was 2015 the worst offseason in Niners history? It sure felt like it. I mean, I'd have to go back. But the first year of the regime of Nolan and McLuhan, I mean, that wasn't good. I mean, you passed on Aaron Rodgers for Alex Smith. You had 3 picks in the draft: Greg Clark, Mark Edwards, and Alex Smith. I mean, your first draft as a team, and you wind up with 3 picks and nobody who's really a good player long term. I would say that was a horrendous offseason. And then there was that offseason in the 90s where they got Antonio Langham and Gabe Wilkins, and they signed all these guys to big money deals, but none of the guys could play a lick. I mean, that was not good. So it's hard to say which years. I'd have to go look it up.
Yeah, there's been plenty of bad years. I mean, I'm looking at the 2015 NFL draft.
Was that the AJ Jenkins?
No. 2015 NFL draft is Jameis Winston goes number 1 overall to the Buccaneers. The 49ers took Eric Armstead
over Marcus Peters, who I really thought was probably the pick at that point. But yeah. So it's like, to me, what about when they drafted AJ Jenkins in the first round? My God,
it's among the worst.
Yeah, I mean, we asked the question why, and it was like we were asking some 5-level difficult question of it's like, what did you like about him? You just drafted the guy. Tell us what you like about him.
Well, it was clear Jim Harbaugh liked nothing about the pick as he was sitting at the table trying to say nice things about a player. Again, I watch way too much, and this was especially back in like 2015 before I had kids and a wife or anything like that, and I would watch, way too much Big Ten football. I can honestly say AJ Jenkins didn't stand out in a single game I ever watched him play. Not once. Now, here's the thing. If AJ Jenkins had been the Niners' choice, you could have had him in the 5th round. No one was coming for AJ Jenkins but Trent Baalke. Look at this. Someone's like M. Patel says Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas might as well be a Hall of Famer compared to AJ Jenkins. Solomon Thomas is still in the league. He didn't work out. Playing. Yeah, he's an actual NFL player. AJ Jenkins was never an NFL player, not for a snap.
And that Solomon Thomas draft included getting George Kittle in the 5th or 6th round, or 5th round, right? And DJ Jones in the 6th round. So it wasn't like they didn't get anything out of that draft. They got a starting nose guard and a starting tight end who's become a, Pro Bowl caliber player on day 3. So yeah, I mean, Foster, Ahkello Witherspoon, Solly, that was not a good start to the 49ers draft, but it wasn't the whole draft.
Do you remember how pissed Bob Sargent was at me after that AJ Jenkins show?
Yes.
Like we're leaving 4949 Centennial Way there. Like, goodbye, everybody. Good day at work. And Bob Sargent's waiting downstairs for me. And he's like, don't you ever come into our house and talk about our picks like that again. And I was like, dude, you're the one who just drafted AJ Jenkins. Yeah. That's not how this works, Bob. Sorry.
And it was bad. Yeah, that was bad. And it was so clear that Harbaugh had never seen him play. He had nothing to say. Not a single thing to say. Kevin Allen says, we swapped Jenkins for Jonathan Baldwin. What a trade that was. Yeah. We made a mistake. You guys made a mistake. Let's flip our mistakes and see if it works. AJ Jenkins. That's right there with Israel Ifiani, Kentwan Balmer, as some of the Reggie McGrew, some of the worst trades in the history of the 49ers were in the late 90s. Jim Druckenmiller. I'll never forget when I met Druckenmiller for the first time.
Mhm.
And he was just so relatively limited mentally compared to like Montana and Rice. You know, he was just like, "Yar, dude, you know, Walsh, he's fried at me because I don't know the whole playbook." And you know, it's like,
Right.
dude, I'm like,
Easy
dude,
Johnny
you're
Utah.
taking over for Steve Young. No, you're not. That was a nightmare. That was an absolute nightmare.
The only thing that I remember about Jim Druckenmiller's entire career was the rumor that he was hung like Secretariat.
Well, he had a Playboy bunny girlfriend, right? Was that his deal?
That's it. That's all I remember.
Reggie McGrew had like bone on bone, like issues with the knee, like, you know, literally consistently his entire time with the Niners. That was a Walsh pick. Dexter Carter was taken at the end of the Niners winning in 88 and 89. They did their heat check in the draft. We'll take a scat back from Florida State going into the 90 season, and that obviously didn't work out. So
AJ Jenkins though really was like one of the single worst draft picks in like Bay Area history. Like forget about just the Niners, but Bay Area history, with maybe the worst being remember when the Raiders drafted Darius Hayward-Bay?
Oh,
and then the funniest like NFL shot line I think I've ever heard is Darius Hayward-Bay has more names than catches. And like it was week 10, and that was true. Darius Hayward-Bay had 2 catches in his first 10 weeks, I think, with the Raider, whatever it was. Right? More names than touchdowns. It was bad. That was bad.
Gio Carmazzi in a draft that had Tom Brady, and you're looking for a quarterback. I mean, that was pretty bad.
The Niners 818 hung like Secretariat's where I tap out. Thank you. Look, I mean, if you rolled 4 hours and 15 minutes with us, you can leave now. But thank you very much. Jamarcus Russell, obviously bad trade or bad pick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, James Wiseman. I'll give you another one. I mean, seriously, the Warriors took Todd Fuller over Kobe Bryant.
That's about as bad as it could get.
When a guy plays like multiple years in a conference like the ACC and you've never heard of him, don't draft him. But I mean, a Donald Foyle over Tracy McGrady, Joe Smith out of Maryland over Kevin Garnett. I mean, the Warriors the worst of all time, though, I thought, was in the St. Jean regime. On the eve of the NBA draft, they traded their pick, which wound up being like Jason Terry, for Mookie Blaylock. And Mookie Blaylock was horrible.
Well, at that point, he was for a minute there.
He was great before that. He was great in college. But yeah, he was a terrible, terrible Warrior. And then to do that the night before the draft is so low level too.
Right.
Dusty Gold says Dante Pettis.
Yeah, Dusty. Yeah, Dante Pettis. And I'm going to tell you right now, whenever a football player has blue hair and proudly comes out and identifies himself as a cat guy, you know you fucked that pick up.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good. Never good. The Pats have released Devontae Parker. He's a decent receiver. He really is. He's not bad. So,
been pretty
he's a big receiver who can make some plays.
That's you know what's hard to evaluate if you're talking about like, all right, so they're really going to say goodbye to Brandon Aiyuk via trade or whatever. Who are you going to bring in? Who's someone who might be a little familiar with the system? You know, put some real effort into downfield blocking. You know, Kendrick Bourne's name keeps coming up, and then you go to his statistics and what did he do when he was in New England? But what did anybody do offensively when he was in New England? Like, I'd be interested in taking a what you got left deal on Kendrick Bourne if he had to, right?
Yeah, he went back to New England today.
Oh, is that done? Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, he went back to New England.
By the way, little news here on Charlie Warner via Matt Barrows about 15 minutes ago. Per Warner's agent, Alex Essex, 8 teams were interested in Warner, with 6 making offers. The Falcons' 3-year, $12 million may not have been the high bid, but he gets to go back to his home state of Georgia, and that was the tiebreaker.
Well, and here's the question: can Kinlaw 2 play? Can Braden Willis play? I mean, we're here in mid-March of 2024. I don't know that we have the answer to either of those questions. Do we know if any of these guys, other guys that they have, can they play? And as far as the Niners being patient, I don't mind patience on day one of free agency. If you feel like, there's a deal out there that you can make on day 2 that somehow helps you. I mean, the Niners haven't lost anybody that you sit there and go, oh my God, can't lose that guy. Now they have
Wilkins would be the closest, and that wasn't a gots to. If you could still, here's the thing: if Danielle Hunter's name comes off the board here, everyone is going to get angry.
You mean if he goes somewhere besides 49ers?
Yes. I mean, here's the thing: do you care when they sign Danielle Hunter? If they sign Danielle Hunter, the answer is no. It's, forget about just show me the baby. Don't tell me about the labor pains. So if they get the baby that they want here, that I think you and I agree to is now, that's got to be it. I mean, if the Niners want a splashy name defensively, that's it. Unless you come up with your Chauncey Gardner-Johnson theory.
Or, I'm looking at Mama Bosa's tweeting, and it's like, is she really going to put out 3 tweets about Nick and Joey playing together if it's not going to happen? I really think that's going to happen. To me, DJ Jones and Joey Bosa, I think are, if you said, what do you think's going to happen? I would say DJ Jones and Joey Bosa.
Guy here named Joey Nichols says, Eric Armstead, he was our entire run defense. Guy made 27 tackles. Calm down. 27 tackles this year. That's it.
He was their best run defender. There's no doubt about that.
Well, he would eat up blocks, but I mean, again, you can get a lot of guys to eat up blocks. Technically, Javon Kinlaw was eating up blocks like Eric Armstead at the end of the year. So again, Eric Armstead, very good 49er. They got 9 years out of a 17th pick of the first round of a draft. They got all the value out of him that he wanted. Very good player, 0 Pro Bowls, 0 All Pros, good Niner. And when Larry and I are old men telling great 49er tales on a rocking porch someday on whatever replaces YouTube 30 years from now, we're never going to bring his name up once. When we sit around to talk about great 49ers, Eric Armstead's name will not be brought up once by anybody. Good player.
I mean, at the end of the day, he was solid. He was a solid player. Yeah. I thought he was a bust as a first round pick, and then he wound up being. He wasn't a bust. He was functionally strong. He was a solid player. He was a definite leader in the room. I do agree they're going to have to find a run defensive replacement, but, and they have to get a little bit more dynamic on their defensive line for sure. I mean, DJ Jones and an edge rusher, I'd be very happy with that going into the draft. And then if you can find a Rook Aurora, or if you can find a Michael Hall, or if you got somebody, I really like Mason Smith. I like some of the guys in the draft, tackle. Maybe you can add to your bunch. But if you can get DJ Jones to play like an interior run stuffing role and get a Burns, a Bosa, a Hunter, somebody really impactful,
Khalil Mack
in a trade. I'll give you another one that I'd be interested in as a cheap free agent is Von Miller.
Oh, dude, he didn't do jack this year. He got paid like $2 million a tackle.
I know. But I mean, to me, he can still play. I think he can still play.
I mean, vet minimum Von Miller.
Possibly. Yeah.
All right. Rashad Shizeri. Sorry, I'm butchering your last name there, but Rashad says, Kinlaw on a cheap 1-year prove-it deal would be a really good signing. He played really well last year and can now start next to Hargrave. I would say this, that could be a reality. Do you think Javon Kinlaw put enough on tape to have somebody come after him and put the you can't say no to it offer on the table? I don't know if he had that year. I don't know what is his value around the league, and would a 1 or 2 year deal to come back to the Niners be more valuable to them than even him?
I mean, nobody's done more to up their value, I think, in the last year than him. Coming out of that Philly game, I thought his value was nothing. Coming out of this year, I think he did some good things on film. He plays a premium position. He was a first-round draft choice. There's always going to be people that are going to be like, hey, guy was a first-round draft choice. We can turn him into that here. So there's always going to be this kind of like, maybe the Niners couldn't get it out of him. He's an imposing defensive tackle with youth and size. So I think there will be some team that shows interest. At what level?
That's the thing. Injury concerns might be enough to cool that off. And that is the negotiating sliver that could bring him back to the Niners.
I just think that once Eric moved on, he's moving on. And he was him and Eric would have these long conversations after games. And I just think that he was so tied to Eric, and so, Eric was so much his foundation that I could see him following Eric to wherever Eric goes, to be honest.
Should just get a little puppy dog, Eric Armstead, in his entire career. I could see an interesting career strategy.
I mean, I could see it. Eric means that much to Javon.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
By the way, more unique. It's much more unique it's much more of a father-son type relationship than you typically see. I think my guess is Armstead will go somewhere, and that maybe Kinlaw will go that place for cheap.
Somebody said, Lewis, so what do you mean when you guys are old men? You're already old men. Touche. You got us there. You got us there. The gray don't lie. But that's experience. So you should be looking for a little gray in your content creators, if I may be so bold. Damon and Larry here. Wake up is turned into take a nap and might even go to bedtime. Let's find out. We are waiting for the 49ers to do something. Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, there should be a lot of likes 4 hours and 27 minutes into this show, Larry. There should be an awful lot of, hey, you know what? I'm going to subscribe to these guys. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and hit notify so I don't miss any more 4-hour What Are the Niners About to Do shows when they arise. You're going to get it here. Wake Up is coming to you 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting at 8:30 a.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, Pacific time. The plan will be for a short, condensed show. That plan did not come together today. Not even close. But this is a day that required extra go-to. Mike Schroeder says Ray McLeod is out the door, right? Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we how about this? Ray McLeod, thank you. You weren't much of a wide receiver, and on special teams, you consistently did nothing. So what is the there to bringing back Ray McLeod? I'd rather give all those reps an opportunity to Ronnie Bell and a healthy Danny Gray.
Yeah, no, I agree. Herbie Holland says, no, Larry, here it is. Golden State trades Robert Parrish and the number 3 pick to Boston in 1980 for number 1 pick Joe Barry Carroll, only for Boston to pick up at 3 Kevin McHale. Yeah, it was Joe Barry Carroll and Ricky Brown for Robert Parrish in the 3rd pick in the draft, and Red turned Carroll into Parrish and McHale. And Parrish, had a rejuvenation in Boston, and McHale became just one of the most dominant power forwards in the history of the game. And they had just added Larry Bird.
Best post moves ever.
Oh, what an amazing drop step he had on the low block. I mean, he was absolutely amazing.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. Don't pick players from Purdue. Joe barely cares. West Lafayette's finest.
Brian Cardinal, the custodian. I like Brian Cardinal.
Was good. Biggest mistake Brian Cardinal ever made in his life was not going to Indiana, because he would have been a god, absolute god in the state of Indiana forever. Now I'm just going through painful Indiana.
Yeah. Painful moments at Indiana.
But look, we are waiting for the Niners to do something. Refresh on Adam Schefter. Latest from Schefter.
Look at the Packers. Packers get Xavier McKinney.
Wow.
How about Packers? Xavier McKinney, 4 years, $68 million. Dude, the Packers are coming, man. He leaves the Giants to go to the Packers. The Packers, they lose Darnell Savage, but they add Xavier McKinney.
They're getting better defensively, Larry.
Yeah, that's nice. Texans add Jeff Okudah and Danico Autry to D'Amico's defense.
Aaron Rodgers has just got to be like, now you guys are spending money on free agency. What about my entire career? Well, now you're doing it? Well, I guess the reason why they couldn't do it is because the 49ers, the Aaron Rodgers was taking up so much cap space there at the end. But yeah, if I could see how you'd be a little pissed.
Man, who would you say is the Niners' number one contender in the NFC? Probably Green Bay, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's Green Bay.
Philly?
Do we get Green Bay? Philadelphia still remains. I mean, you got to go with your playoff teams from last year. Tampa Bay had a very above average year with Baker Mayfield, who they're bringing back. And look, Kirk Cousins now in Atlanta is getting a home playoff game. Like that, they should win the NFC South. They really should. Yeah. But no, I haven't seen, and look, we got to continue to mention the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions have not lost anyone important. They have not added a difference maker either. And I don't think you should sleep on the Rams. I don't think you should sleep on the Seahawks either. I'm sleeping on the Arizona Cardinals. Cowboys don't even have a running back right now. I don't know about the Cowboys.
No, it can't be the Cowboys. Can't be the Cowboys, right? Because the Cowboys don't have a number one runner. They don't have a number two runner. I would say it's Green Bay, man. I think Green Bay, Gutekunst has done it in the draft. Now they're starting to look for players in free agency. If they're players in free agency, and after the way they draft, I think Green Bay is going to be, they're going to be a force. They're going to be right there with the Niners.
If Gutekunst hits this draft the way he hits last draft, look out.
Yeah.
There's a few folks here who have already typed in the answer to the question, just saying, look, it's just the Niners' biggest rival is themselves. Randall says it's themselves. A few other people saying it's themselves. I think that might have been
that's a little, self-serve.
Yeah.
No,
here's the thing.
Not themselves. It's not themselves.
I thought maybe last year there was something to that. Not this year. The NFC is going to be better this year than it was last year. So,
and the Niners have to hit at the beginning of the draft. They got to hit in the first round. They got to hit in the second round. They haven't really been hitting with their high picks. If you really want to hold off Green Bay, you have to hit in your first and second round picks.
Well, and
they haven't done it.
A guy named Frank A says Green Bay won't even win their division. If you don't believe in the Detroit Lions getting it wrong after a year where it all went right for them, come on. I mean, the Green Bay Packers, I think, could win the division for sure. It's not going to be the Bears. It's definitely not going to be the Vikings. So it's a two-team race now. And you tell me the last time the Lions had impressive back-to-back seasons. I'll wait.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I mean, well, the last two have been pretty good.
Right. Yeah. So now we got three. They got to have 3 good years in a row.
Yeah. I mean, they're in a spot where, John Dorsey has stepped in as a consultant on their draft stuff, and the GM's been really good, and the head coach has been really good, and they're drafting great college football players, and that's the way you do it. So they're getting really, really good. I mean, they're getting, they didn't just get Laporta, they hit on Laporta. They didn't just get Brian Branch, they hit on Brian Branch. When I say hit on, they got guys who are almost as good as anybody at their position. I mean, Brian Branch is as good a nickel corner as there is, and Laporta is as good a young tight end as there is. And when you keep making those kinds of moves, and you already got your blue chip guys like Penei Sewell and Ragnow, and it just they're in a great spot right now. They got a great O-line. They've got Goff the question is Goff good enough?
Right.
And that we don't really know.
By the way, Jeremy Fowler is reporting that the New York Giants, who watched Saquon Barkley sign earlier today with the Eagles, already replace him, Devin Singletary, to the New York Giants.
All right. He's coming off a pretty good year.
He's only 26 too.
Yeah. He's coming off a pretty nice year. So that's not bad. No terms there, but that's an interesting one.
I don't have any terms.
Singletary at the end of the year was playing really good football. So I guess if there was a little surprise today, it's how many running backs moved around. A lot of running backs moving around. Pats get Antonio Gibson, and you've got, the Bears with a new back, the Eagles with a new back.
By the way, whoa. Xavier McKinney gets $25 million in year 1 for Green Bay, according to Ian Rappaport.
That's big.
That is a big number.
It's a big number. 4 years, $68 million deal, 17 per year average.
25 mil up front.
Yeah, that's a big number for sure.
Devin Singletary coming off a career high 898 yards. Still no details on that, but Rappaport says that's done to the New York Giants. So,
wow.
Again, I guess the best news any 49er fan could have is that there's not a name on the board that they're chasing that has gone off the board beyond Wilkins.
Who are they going to be after that went today? I get, Wilkins. Yeah. Greenard, maybe.
I didn't hear him rumored as a Niner option, not once. You did not. Neither you nor I nor a single content creator that I know of even brought that up as a possibility. So I'm not going to cry over spilt milk when it was never even discussed.
Well, I've been talking about Greenard a little bit, and I just thought that he was a good value defensive end. But yeah. I mean, it's they have not lost out on a piece that you're just like, oh, they had to have that guy, or a piece of the puzzle where you're like, wait a second, where do they go now? I think for the most part, they're still in a pretty good spot. I would love DJ Jones and an edge rusher. You get me DJ Jones and an edge rusher, I'm pretty happy.
By the way, Tom Pelissero with more details on the Kirk Cousins contract. Kirk Cousins has agreed to a 4-year, $180 million contract that includes a $50 million signing bonus and at least $100 million guaranteed. 2 more notes. The $90 million in 24-25 is fully guaranteed at signing, and the $10 million injury guarantee in 2026 becomes fully guaranteed next March. So that's a real $100 million guarantee. He can also bring home another $2 million in incentives for winning a Super Bowl. So the max value of Kirk Cousins' deal in Atlanta is $188 million.
Wow.
I feel like I got to go Radnich. $188 million. $188 million. That's good. God, Kirk Cousins for a B- quarterback, B+ quarterback. Not even like his own team had to buy him a top 10 quarterback medallion so he could pretend he was. Wow. Again, he goes to a better situation. NFC South is the most openly winnable division in football every fucking year. But I mean, at that price, I would rather see Desmond Ridder try to figure it out than just be that deep in the Kirk Cousins can't get out of this business.
Oh, I know. By the way, the San Francisco Giants are waiving J.D. Davis. You saw that.
Again, another Farhan special, right? I mean, to add Matt Chapman is one thing.
Just handing over J.D. Davis, just like goodbye.
To totally not even letting J.D. Davis know about it. This is where Farhan's number one criticism from anybody I've ever heard from a Major League Baseball, either agent or free agent standpoint. The way that Farhan basically told Brandon Belt to say goodbye is unbecoming of just how you run a baseball team. Brandon Belt, whatever you thought about him at the end, deserved a better goodbye than what he got from Farhan, to the point where Farhan was uncommunicative at the very, very end. Farhan's shitty when it comes to talking to free agents and players. Full stop. He's not good at it, according to players and free agents.
Then get somebody else as your pitch guy. I mean, my God, if he's not good at it, learn your lesson and get somebody else.
What would you say it is you do here?
Yeah. The farm system's not cooking, so I don't know what to say. I don't know what.
Couldn't Farhan be replaced by AI?
I don't know, but I mean, it's
all the guy is a math equation. Couldn't we get a computer to pump out that math equation with AI?
By the way, Charlie Warner has to be the big winner today. He gets paid $12 million. He has a total of 11 career receptions in 4 years. He got $12 million with 11 receptions. That's pretty amazing, really.
God, who was the blocking tight end who was in Buffalo forever, and then he came to the Raiders? Who was that guy? He was just known as a blocking tight end first and foremost, and got paid a lot of money to be a blocking tight end.
I mean, how far are we going back? Pete Metzelaars or something?
No, it's not that far back. Never mind. Bad tangent to even bring up. Never forget I even said it. But wait a minute, I got to go look at this Charlie Warner contract. So I understand what he's making now. What I want to know, what are career earnings up to this point for Charlie Warner?
If it turns out the Niners made the Eric Armstead move with the idea of going after Joey Bosa, you have a problem with it?
Yeah, because you're bringing in a player who is always hurt. And that's the thing. Joey Bosa is always hurt until he's not. And I don't know if he's going to drop a knot on the 49ers. I would approach that with the utmost caution. I really would. And if it all worked out, yeah, I mean, sure. Joey Bosa used to be a very feared player. No one fears you if you're in street clothes. No one. Joey Bosa is in street clothes more than he's in uniform back-to-back years. Do the 49ers really need a player who doesn't play? I would just approach that all with caution. By the way, Charlie Warner, career earnings in his first 4 years, $3.2 million. So what an upgrade for him. And that's $3.2 million in the Bay Area. Now he's going to Atlanta for 12. You can basically buy an old Scottish castle in Atlanta for the cost of a 3-bedroom apartment here. So
seriously. But you know what? In talking to him last year in the locker room, he still loves to watch his Georgia Bulldogs. I don't know that, sometimes guys adjust to life on the West Coast and find a new frontier and are like, hey man, this is for me. I always got the sense that he was just enduring it. Like, I'm here, I'm enduring it, but I'm not.
I've never had a single conversation with Charlie Warner, so I didn't know what his attitude was about anything. Again, I'm surprised Nick Bosa is as happy in San Francisco as he is, obviously, at that price when he's, hanging out with Donald Trump at UFC fights. It would feel like that is a little bit of an uncomfortable situation for him to be in, but it hasn't been. But, you know what? Chudley 716. Correct. Lee Smith. Lee Smith was the blocking tight end. It was forever in Buffalo. Comes now to frickin' he was the Raiders there. I think he caught like 2-3 balls one year, and everyone's like, "Look out, Lee Smith! He's a weapon." No, he wasn't.
Not so fast.
Calm down. Not a weapon.
Yeah. Steelers have just agreed to terms with punter Cameron Johnston. Your thoughts, Cameron Johnston? Now a Steeler.
No thoughts, but I do want to go back to the Steelers in terms of adding Russell Wilson. That might be the single best bargain in football if he has any kind of year with the Steelers, Larry. He's $1.2 million from the Steelers.
What's happened?
Like $30 million.
What's happened to Russell? I mean, what has actually happened to Russell? Does anybody really know?
2 coaches fell out of love with him. Pete Carroll fell out of love. Quickly, Sean Payton fell out of love. The funny thing is you go back and look at Russell Wilson statistically in Denver, not nearly the disaster you'd think it would be, just from a raw number standpoint. And obviously the whole story is never in the raw numbers, but Russell Wilson, I think, rubs people the wrong way with his overly saccharine, sweet, goody-goody two-shoes bullshit. And Sean Payton even sat him down and had a meeting. I've heard Colin Cowherd talk about this, where he basically said, stop kissing babies. Stop trying to be everybody's friend. Just play quarterback. You want Denver to like you? Quit tweeting. Just go win football games. That's how they're going to like you. And I'm going to tell you that for $1.2 million, they got a 9-time Pro Bowl, 1 ring. You got a ring quarterback. I mean, to me, Russell Wilson has always just represented danger because he so thoroughly kicked the 49ers ass, whenever they played for a few years there, that, I mean, maybe I have more Russell Wilson shock than other people do, but I mean, I got a lot of respect for the player. I could see why his goody gumdrops act wears thin quickly if you're not winning. What was the whole Larry, did you ever see did you ever see the Russell Wilson Let's Ride video edit?
Yeah, it's bad.
So, the Broncos were getting him to be like, all right, Broncos fans, let's ride. And if you see that take once, it's fine. But somebody put out the raw edit with him trying on let's ride in different pairs of pants and sizes. He's like, Broncos country, let's ride. Take 2, Broncos country, let's ride. Take 3, Broncos country, let's ride. Take 4, Broncos country, let's ride. I mean, it was just, it was cringeworthy to watch him do it 9 different ways, thinking hey, just the way I would normally do this isn't going to be enough. I have to have the, tested by a panel of people who will watch this to approve which let's ride is going to work better in the Denver community. It's painful. It's cringy. It really is.
That makes me laugh.
Larry, let's ride. No, I mean, let's ride. No, wait a minute. I mean, let's ride. No, I mean, let's ride. No. I mean, let's ride.
Bad.
Like you
Bad,
shouldn't
bad,
care that
bad.
much. You shouldn't care that much about riding.
What can you say? We got this one from Greg Argisi. Damon and Larry, as the great Uncle Junior once said. Uncle June from
There you go.
Sopranos. I would love DJ Jones and Khalil Mack as much as Angie Dickinson tonguing my balls. There you go.
Hey, I'm glad he paid to say that. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Greg
It's the most
Argisi.
interesting spelling of Khalil I've ever seen, by the way. Thank you very much. I think that guy won the Oscar for Best Actor last night.
I didn't even watch that last night. Did not watch it. Didn't watch enough movies to watch it. You know what I mean?
So I only saw 2 of the of like all the Oscar nominated movies, and I nodded off in both of them. I did nod off in Oppenheimer. Luckily, I woke up for the Trinity test. That's the best part of the movie. That was a good part of the movie. There's like a 25-minute segment in it that is better than the rest of it. And I also watched the Maestro, the Bradley Cooper, Leonard Bernstein thing, and that was, again, dozed off a couple times during that one. So
we got this one from, let's see here. We have this one from David Wilson. I'd love to know who prioritizes its defensive line more than offensive line. Is it Larry or Kyle? We are not winning a Super Bowl without O-line upgrades. Yeah, but there are no O-line upgrades in free agency. And that's the thing. There's nobody out there. What are you going to get? Maybe Nick Allegretti can help you at guard. Maybe Trent Brown maybe could help you at tackle. Maybe Damian Lewis is not bad. There's a couple other guys, but I mean, it's not it's not one of those things where, it's like there's all kinds of options. There's options in the draft, and they definitely ought to draft 2 or 3 offensive linemen in the draft. But in free agency, there's a couple guards, and that's about it. So I don't blame them for not doing anything in free agency. Damon, I've just been told I got to go pick up my kid, so I'm gonna have to jet. But good stuff today. Oh wait,
we're 9 minutes away from crossing the 5-hour mark. I mean, we almost got to do it. Like, we're Thelma and Louise going to drive off the cliff together at the end of that movie. Like, can the kid wait 9 minutes just so we can say we did a 5-hour show together?
I think he probably could. Refugio Gomez. Maybe the reason that we haven't signed anybody is because we have to get healthy when it comes to the cap. We've been signing over the hill players for a while now. I don't think that. I don't think it's about their health. They're just not going to sign a bunch of free agents. If you think the 49ers are going to go sign a bunch of free agents, I think you're wrong. I think they're going to let most of their free agents go, and they're going to sign like 1 or 2 guys. So I think that's really what's going on more than anything. If we expected them to have a huge free agent bonanza, they haven't done the free agent bonanza the last couple of years. They let their guys walk. They take the compensatory selections. They sign 1 big name guy. I think their big name guy was probably Christian Wilkins. I think it's pretty obvious when you look at the tweeting habits of Mama Bosa that she's expecting Joey to be a Niner. So
Larry, we got another running back on the move. Former Ravens running back Gus Edwards has reached an agreement on a 2-year deal with the Chargers. Maybe that puts Austin Eckler in play. What's amazing is a position that was publicly undervalued due to what they wanted to pay guys in running back has been one of the more active positions in the league this afternoon.
Yeah, well, especially weird considering that there's some people that don't think any running backs will go in the first round of the draft, and that you may see running backs, really good running backs, go undrafted. So if you have really good running backs who are going undrafted, why are you signing big name running backs in free agency? But yeah, we've seen a number of guys move around. That's been kind of interesting.
So someone in the chat just said Patrick Mahomes' brother just got found guilty. What did he get charged with? Like sexual battery for some inappropriate behavior with some, I think, a waitress or a cocktail waitress or something like that. Patrick Mahomes' brother Jackson gets 6 months probation for battery, and the judge suspends the jail sentence. I mean, look, Andy Reid's kid ruined a little girl's life, giving her brain damage, and had his sentence commuted. If you're a Kansas City Chief, you can get away with near murder, apparently, these days. That's kind of gross.
And Mitchell and Ness, he's like, watch the Niners make a big move and Larry stays on for another hour.
Your kid just takes an Uber. By the way, who's getting picked up at 1:30? Like, what weird high school is your son in?
No, he's a eighth grader. He's homeschooled. He takes a class. Yeah, he's an eighth grader. So yeah, he takes a couple classes a week, like in the neighborhood. So there you go. But we are almost there. We're coming down the home stretch on
We're
5 hours.
5 minutes away, Larry. So let me tell everyone who might be interested. Should anything happen this afternoon, I'm going to be going live with the Damon Brew Show at 2:30 today. I officially need to go upstairs and have some lunch before I just hop in to another show after you and I did, or will have done 5 consecutive hours commercial-free broadcasting. In my entire career, I don't know if I've ever gone 5 commercial-free hours ever. So thanks for bringing me here. And I guess I'd like to say thanks to the 49ers for just being huge cock teases all day. I mean, you'd think that something was going to happen if the one big splashy signing really is going to be the modus operandi. Maybe they would have done that by now because you're afraid somebody else coming after your splashy signing. So what if I told you it wasn't Danielle Hunter and it was 5 mid-level free agents, and there is an incredible amount of depth at a few positions there that we're getting a little shallow? Would you be cool with that? Because maybe we're that.
I don't need them to go for the big name guy. I think they could definitely use a number of players. I mean, they need a number 1 corner. They need a safety, a veteran safety, because of the health of, Talanoa Fonga. They don't know how healthy he is. And also Gibson's a free agent. I think he's probably walking away. So Rashawn Jenkins makes a lot of sense. They need a 1-year stopgap linebacker. Is that going to be Levante David, or is it going to be Aziz Al-Shaair? They need a run stuffing tackle. Is it going to be DJ Jones? They need an edge rusher opposite Bosa. Is that going to be, Brian Burns? Is that going to be, I think that's going to be Joey Bosa. If you said to me, what do I think is going to happen? My guess is Aziz Al-Shaair, Rashawn Jenkins, DJ Jones, Joey Bosa, and maybe a trade for a quarterback. I don't think they're going to go into the draft on the quarterback. I think they're going to get a young veteran. Is that going to be Zach Wilson? I don't know. Is it Davis Mills? I don't know. Do the Niners, surprise us there? I just think a young veteran trade quarterback, and then after that, I think it's,
like Easton,
maybe
Stick, Drew Lock.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Lock would be a good name. Rashawn Jenkins, though, I think makes sense for them. Aziz Al-Shaair, I think, makes sense for them. DJ Jones, I think, makes sense for them. Those 3 guys for sure. And then Nick Bosa. Joey Bosa. I'd rather have Brian Burns. I think I'd rather have the Minnesota kid Hunter. But just makes me wonder when I see Joey Bosa's mom tweeting. Just seems like Joey Bosa and Nick together. I could see it.
I think the big surprises of the day is Christian Wilkins being paid. Don't complain about how much losing you're about to go through to sign with the Raiders, who are basically devoid of an offense now that Josh Jacobs is in Green Bay, which is another surprising move. But the biggest surprise of the day is that a quarterback who's never won shit, who's 35 years old, coming off a torn Achilles, just got another $100 million guaranteed contract as Kirk Cousins is going to the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, that's a shocker to me. Like Kirk Cousins at that price, I would have rather traded for Justin Fields, I think, if I'm Atlanta, but that felt like Desmond Ridder 2.0, so they didn't do that. That's a shocker.
One other that I think is kind of interesting, Geno Stone has just left the Ravens for the Bengals, 2-year deal. That's kind of a big,
really good year, didn't he?
Oh, he's a really good player. I mean, he was good at Iowa, and he's a great interceptor of the football. And but you can't pay everybody. And they got Kyle Hamilton, so he goes to Bengals on a 2-year, $15 million deal, $6 million signing bonus. He had 7 interceptions this year, so he had a really good year. That's an interesting one. That's a loss for the Ravens for sure.
5 hours, Larry. We've already done the Ralph Barbieri, Trent Baalke conversation bit that happened like, I think 2 hours ago when we thought we might be wrapping up. All I can say is thanks so much to anyone who has rode half the way with us here this morning, much less the entire ride. If you've been with us for the last 5 hours, it's officially time for you to go get some barbecue at Pigger and a Pickle or get yourself some Ike's. We thank you for being a part of this. Like and subscribe. Thank you very, very much. We're so sorry we weren't able to bring you any Niners news, but that was not our job. Our job was just to relay it. And our big relay is Eric Armstead's out. There you go. We knew that this morning before the show even started.
We have one more super here. Roberto Davis. The show was as anticlimactic as the Geraldo Rivera Al Capone empty hidden room.
Ready? Let me show you. Open up the JJ Raider ganja jar to show you. Nothing. There's nothing in there. There's an old vape pen in there, but we keep this thing. It's in the range of the children, so we keep it out of there. But yeah, there's the JJ Raider ganja jar is as empty as Al Capone's vault. Not due to JJ Raider, due to where we keep our weed now. So, when you got kids, you got to move the JJ Raider ganja jar. It's more symbolic than anything else.
Was it the Sons of Scarface? Is that what it was? He was going to uncover, and he was going to go into the tomb and the whole thing. And yeah, that didn't work out well for Geraldo. Right.
They're like, we have, we have, what is this? Like an old, what do we find? This is a chair. This could have been Al Capone's chair. You never know. It was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad. This was good though. I'm sorry we didn't deliver a big free agent for you, but I'm sure the minute we go off the air, it'll happen. So there we go. Maybe it's us, Larry. We're standing in the way of progress. Let's end that.
What are you doing later today?
At 2:30, we're going to go live in about an hour with the Damon Bruce show, where we'll go ahead and we will update anything that the Niners do, anything that has happened in the last hour of free agency. And we got a little fan fest to talk about. We got a little Warriors basketball to talk about. By the way, we could have gone to tip-off Warriors and Spurs today at 5 o'clock, coming off one of the worst losses of the year. The win over the Milwaukee Bucks is maybe the best win of the year for the Warriors, and that's surrounded by 3 of the worst losses. The Boston loss was the worst loss maybe of the Steve Kerr era, followed by you shouldn't lose that game to the Chicago Bulls, in which Steph Curry rolls his ankle. Then you come back to beat a Victor Wembanyama-less Spurs team, but no, you lose to them too, and now they're in San Antonio. We'll see if Wembanyama actually goes tonight. So we'll talk, look at it this way. What more could we possibly have to say about football? So we'll just kind of figure it out for a little short show at 2:30 for those who want to observe. Thank you for watching.
Sounds good. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the supers. Thanks to Pig and a Pickle. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to Damon. Thanks to all of you. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks for watching. Wake up, and we'll see you later.
Peace. It's now lunchtime. Well, look at it this way.